We're in. Hi, Pepper. Hello. Okay, it looks like my thumbnail's good. Times are good. Let's open up my restream. All right. I did not catch up on the news today. Apparently some shit's going down. Okay. Why am I getting pinged? Stop pinging me. What is this ping? What is this ping? Ping? What's causing that? I thought I was in streamer mode. Let's get streamer mode enabled. Streamer. There we go. That's what I like. That way you don't get pinged. Just get everything going. Entire screen. Where is copy link address, streaming live? Here we go. Okay. We're all set. Let's take a look at some news. So Machado says she presented Trump with her Nobel Prize medal. Machado, a Venezuelan opposition leader, told supporters that she presented her Nobel Peace Prize medal to Trump in recognition of his commitment to the Venezuela's freedom. Trump has declined to endorse Machado as Venezuela's new leader, instead dealing with acting head of state Delcy Rodriguez. 50 says, woohoo, hello. Hello, you're in. You're in early. We just started. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion, we can do so. I do want to hear what you have to say. We can have a full discussion. All right, let me take a look. Let's look at the voice. Make sure that my settings are good. Yeah, it's looking good. Okay, we're fine. Cowcrapper says, off of work amender. Off of work and amender. AW. Oh, yes. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Yes. After meeting with Trump and senators, Machado is competing for influence over Venezuela's future governance. Honestly, Machado, that's a very bold strategy, right? Like, hey, Trump, here's my Nobel Peace Prize. You can have it yourself. Now, would you endorse me as the new president? Honestly, not a bad, that would be excellent. But, yeah, it doesn't look like Trump is going for it. Why would you assume Trump would do something good? It's bizarre to give up your Peace Prize to Trump. Actually, it's total 4D chess move. Total 4D chess move. So hear it out, right? Machado genuinely cares about the Venezuelan people and doesn't want to see it go back to its old regime. She pushed against the old regime. Why did Trump not endorse Machado? Which is like, honestly, that's an obvious move. Like, why would you not do that? Well, because Machado got the Nobel Peace Prize, not Donald Trump. Trump was upset that he couldn't get the Nobel Peace Prize. So Machado, who cares about the Venezuelan people, is thinking, here, Trump, have the Nobel Peace Prize. Will you endorse me? And then Trump's like, no. But it's a total 4D chess move. I got something in my teeth. What is that? Okay, I'm good. I had some corn. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, Machado, 4D chess move. Too bad Trump's an idiot and wouldn't go for it. I wanted the prize. What a baby. Because she does not have the power to keep leadership. He'd rather have his own placeholder. Well, she would have won the election, but the elections were rigged in favor of Maduro. What do you think Maduro is doing right now? What do you think? Where do you think he's at? I got hiccups. Why do I have hiccups? All right, let's take a look here. Let's take a look at some other news. What the heck? Oh, my coffee. That's right. I was making coffee. Hang tight, chat. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. So glad I put on that. I'm so glad I put on that alarm. I totally would have forgotten about the coffee. I would have burned all that coffee. Hang tight. All right, chat. I got my coffee. Apologies about that. I needed the coffee. Kennedy stepping down as president of Star Wars producer Lucasfilm. Netanyahu persuaded Trump to postpone airstrikes against Iran, report. Let's see. What 2118 says, I'm not sure if it's safer to be an enemy of the Clintons or a friend. Lots of this seems to happen. What are the progressives' stance on Iran? Or the feminists, for that matter? I mean, I don't believe that Iran is a threat at all. Jacob says the dude who gets cooked in every debate. Hey, man, call in. Call in. If you want to have a discussion, we can do so. 202-998-5218. That's why we're doing this. Go on, Mr. Doesn't have an avatar profile. Go ahead. I would love to have a conversation with you. Would love to. Let's take a look here. Oh boy. I sure hope you have an empty account. Yep, as usual. Empty account. Doesn't provide anything. Jacob Vermette. Who is Jacob Vermette? Call in or run away because you know you cannot defend it. Of course. Every single time. Let's see. Jacob Vermette says, no, you wouldn't. Hey, dude, I don't know why you're trash talking. Just call the number. 202-998-5218. I even have a hot takes list. The hot takes list is in the description. You can just pull up the hot takes list and then we can have a civil conversation about this. Jacob Vermette. Let's see. Iranian feminists could be a threat, especially if they're not Muslim. No, Iran is not a threat to the United States. The Middle East is not a threat to the United States, save for the Saudis. These Middle Eastern countries simply don't have the power to do anything to the United States. And to pretend that the United States has any influence, or that the Middle East has any influence over the United States, it's just total nonsense. Hi, Daniel.
Hello, Amanda.
How you doing,
How
buddy?
are you doing tonight?
I was just going over some ground news. So get this, right?
Oh man,
There's find a lot out.
Of news.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I just realized I gotta fix something. Hold on, hang tight. There's like there's a Discord hook that I can use. I'm trying to remember what it was called. Hold on, give me a second. Where is that? I need this. Hold on, just give me a second. I just have to set this up once and then it should be good. Hold on.
Oh, good.
Gotta find this. That's right. It's called the Discord Stream Kit Overlay. Yeah, I'm just gonna do a quick modification here. Jacob Donahue says, dude, you got more subscribers. Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
We do have more subscribers.
I do. It's growing slowly,
past
but it's
1,000.
growing. All right, hang tight. So we just got to do this, and then we're just going to copy this. And if I'm not mistaken, there should be like a... I should be able to see it here. Hold on. Discord overlay. Okay, so that should fix it. Okay, now from here on out, we shouldn't have a problem. We'll even do it from the live here. Discord overlay. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? Do you see what I'm doing here? Do you see how
I see.
it's got...
Yeah.
Oh, but wait, it constantly shows it. Hold on, I gotta fix that. Hold on, I think you gotta hide show speaking users only. There you go, that'll do it. Let me fix that real quick. Okay, that should do it.
Let's see.
Yep.
Yeah.
See?
Now it
Yep.
works.
All right, let me do the same thing for the main. All right, I think we're good. Sick.
Yep.
Peter Bill says, who is the co-host and where are they from? Introduce yourself, Daniel. Why not?
My name is Daniel Hume, and I'm from the lovely land of Romania, Eastern Europe. I'm the local chemist here. I'm here for all the chemist related questions.
And I know absolutely nothing about chemistry. Are you still doing your YouTube channel? You're not. You
Oh, my
stopped.
YouTube channel. Yeah. No, I do. It's like I had the show yesterday. I had to stop for a few weeks because it was all the Christmas and New Year's Eve and so on, right? So
oh, bro,
had
I
to stop
streamed
for like
right
3
through
weeks.
that crap. I streamed right through that
I just
crap.
couldn't. But dude, this is the lovely thing of not having a family, right?
Yeah.
It's like I do, and it's like I have to to do things, And
Well, I have a family too. I wrapped gifts and everything.
you know what I mean.
But
You
I
don't
also have
kids,
no.
shut
Yeah,
up.
I have no life. I have no life.
No, you don't
I
have
mean,
a life. Just no kids. That's the
yeah.
difference.
Yeah, the difference is no kids. That's the move.
Yeah,
Have all
they
this
do take
time.
a lot of time.
Yeah. Let's
I
take a look here.
had the show yesterday. Was pretty good.
Did you like it?
Yeah. No, I mean, on my show. I know you were also streaming, but I said about my show because
okay.
we had it at the same
gotta-
time. It's like we were.
I gotta
kind
take a
of
look
doing
at
it
your
at the
latest, the one that you just streamed 21 hours ago.
Yeah, I also
right.
changed the thingy because you said I should change the thingy.
I see it. It looks
Yeah,
like
it's
Super
like
Smash
different.
Brothers.
Yeah.
Here, I'll share
I'm not
it
good
for
at
everybody.
this. I'm not good
No,
at
no,
this,
it looks
okay?
great. It looks. I like it. I like it. I'm here for it. That's 1,000 times better than this dark. But
Yeah.
do you have tags? Did you set up tags on this?
No, I'm super shit at all these things.
Okay,
Yeah.
Here's what you do, right? You can open up ChatGPT and just ask it, hey, give me some good tags for
Yeah,
YouTube
maybe I
channel
should,
for this.
yeah.
And then tell it separated by commas. So that way you don't have to think about it. It'll just, here's a bunch. And then you just pick and choose what you want.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm just doing it for the love of the game, so to speak. I like to talk with theists, and
We have
it was fun.
We have what 2118 says most Romanians who experienced communism are against communism because they lived through it. Oh boy. What do you have to say?
Oh
to-
boy.
to
Yeah,
what
oh boy. I
2118?
love people that never lived in Eastern Europe or under like the so-called communism. And say, oh, they surely must hate communism. I don't hate communism because Romania never had communism. What we had was fascism. Okay, like the regime of Nicolae Ceausescu was just a fascist regime, just like you're having right now in the United States.
Dang.
A bit worse, right? You're like in the initial stages of that shit. So I don't hate communism. I think communism is an unachievable idea. That's why I'm not a communist. I think it's utopian to think that we will ever achieve communism. It's a nice idea.
Yeah.
It's a nice dream. Unachievable though. That being said, that's what makes me a socialist. I want better things for everybody.
I find that over and over that right-wingers, they literally have no idea what communism is. And I always tell them it's the classless, moneyless, stateless society. I say it over and over. It's the classless, moneyless, stateless society. It doesn't mean government do a thing and then helps people with social safety nets. It's of course not that. It's ridiculous.
You would be amazed how many people believe that.
Yeah. There's a lot.
It is kind of crazy, yeah.
Well, all right, get this. Now, check this out, right? We were just going over this 4D chess move. Total 4D chess move. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I want to hear what you have to say. But take a look at this. Machado says that she had presented Trump with her Nobel Prize medal. Machado, Venezuelan opposition leader, told supporters that she presented her Nobel Peace Prize medal to Donald Trump in recognition of his commitment to Venezuela's freedom. Trump has declined to endorse Machado as Venezuela's new leader instead of dealing with acting head of state Delcy Rodriguez. After the meeting with Trump and senators, Machado is competing over influence over Venezuela's future governance. This is like, I mean, to me, I'm just like, this is a total 4D chess move from Machado. Think about it, right?
Sort of, but not really. I mean,
all right.
First of all, I don't think she's that smart. I think she's actually
Machado?
kind of dumb. Yes, I think she's,
so?
She's just a puppet for like, CIA and other like these interest groups. She's
she?
not at all popular she is. She's not at all popular in Venezuela. A lot of people say, well, but the candidate that she actually supported did very good in the last elections. Maybe, but it wasn't her. And she actually has she's extremely unpopular. Because you know what she did? She went around all the right-wing podcast sphere and constantly just said, oh, put me in charge. I'll just give you all the oil and the resources. No worries. Just put me in charge. I want to be president or whatever. So obviously, people are not going to look at that and say, well, that's a great leader that is she tries to cater to foreign influence to just sell whole cloth all our mineral reserves. So obviously, the Venezuelan people don't like her. The
Venezuelan people do not like Machado?
Nope. You should look it up. Yes, she's extremely unpopular. And
really?
Maduro was also pretty unpopular until they kidnapped him. And now, there's nothing better to unite the people than doing something like
Trump
that did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought Venezuelans were cheering by the fact that he was captured. Is that not the case, you think?
Nope. There's actually demonstrations in the streets pro Maduro, right? Against the kidnapping and everything. Which is crazy because, and by the way, it's even the new the new guys in charge.
So let's pull this.
So
let's read up a little bit on Machado and see what we got here. So Maria Corina Machado Parisca is a Venezuelan politician, activist, and prominent leader of the opposition to the administration of Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro. She served as a member of the National Assembly of Venezuela from 2011 to 2014. And has run as a candidate in presidential elections. She is a recipient of the 2025 Nobel Peace Prize. An industrial engineer with a master's degree in finance. How the hell does that work?
I don't know. I don't know.
Machado began her political career as a founder of the vote monitoring organization Sumate. She is the national coordinator of the political party Vente Venezuela, and ran in the 2012 opposition presidential primary, which she lost to Henrique Capriles. During the 2014 Venezuelan protests, she played a leading role in organizing demonstration against Maduro's government. In 2023, Machado won the opposition primary to become the unity candidate for the 2024 presidential election. Machado was barred from running in the 2024 presidential election because she was disqualified from holding public office for 15 years on administrative and fiscal violations dating back to her time as a legislator. Venezuela's Supreme Tribunal of Justice upheld that disqualification. She named Karina Yoris as a replacement candidate who was later replaced by Edmundo Gonzalez. The opposition mobilized to document and collect vote tallies. I didn't know this, Daniel.
I mean, it's like I read a bit about both her and the other guy. Man, what the frick is his name? There was like this other guy that was propped up by Trump in his first term.
Well, by the way, we are having calls. The phone number is 202-998-5218. Somebody had just called me on Discord, but let's see here. They're saying the VC thing you sent is locked or something. No worries. I just got to let my phone charge a little more, and then I'll call in. Okay. All right. Let's see. Shortly after the presidential election, Machado said that she had gone into hiding, expressing fears for her life and freedom under the Maduro government. So why did she get the Nobel Peace Prize?
I have no idea, and I think it's very disgraceful for the Nobel Prize Committee giving her, yes. Literally, in a time where you have doctors in Gaza doing absolute miracles and like literally giving their lives and like working 18 20 hours a day, you're giving the Nobel Peace Prize to like a CIA propped shield. Yeah,
are they CIA propped?
Disgrace.
I don't
have any hard evidence for it, but she fits exactly like the like all the checkboxes are there, right? If you want to see exactly what type of person the CIA would prop up.
I'm just looking. Just looking. Hang tight. For anybody who's listening, by the way, Daniel is my co-host. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You can call in. Call in if you like. We'll have a discussion.
If you're looking, like Machado, like when Trump was like in his first term, as I said, it's like there was like another guy they were trying to put in charge, right? They literally tried the same thing, sort of. In Juan Guaido was his name. Right, that was the guy that was, they even tried to kind of do like a coup with Juan Guaido, but it failed because the army would never go for like that guy, who wanted to do the same freaking things, just like sell the natural resources, bring back all the huge corporations to just strip mine Venezuela.
Yeah, it looks like that there's like rumors about her potentially being a CIA op. I didn't even consider that.
I mean, a lot of these people are, right? It's like you just need to look at the checklists, right? It's like who they assemble with, right? It's like what their bodies are. It's like how much they made their fortunes, right? It's like where their monies are coming from. It's like where they're going to hiding and so on. And yeah, it's unfortunate, right? It's unfortunate for Venezuela because I don't like Maduro either.
Well,
I think Maduro is like a piece of shit.
So he's
also extremely incompetent.
So was my thought process, right? I think the reason why Donald Trump didn't pick the obvious Machado, I think that he did it because Machado got the Nobel Peace Prize, not Donald Trump. Donald Trump is famously wanted the Nobel Peace Prize. He just wanted it. So
for sure, dude,
Machado is in it. Machado is in it for the Venezuelan people. She wants to, whatever her interests are regarding Venezuela, and so she comes up to Trump and says, "Hey, listen, here, take my, take my medal. Take it. It's yours." And then Donald Trump goes, and then she was like, "Hey, would you be willing to endorse me?" And then Trump was like, no.
Because, so first of all, her giving him the Nobel Peace Prize doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean he's
I
a
know.
recipient.
That's
right?
true. That's
and
maybe he was like, he was like thinking, he was like, I don't need your pity.
Yeah, no, because look, like Trump, the only reason he lied incessantly about all the billion wars that he stopped, like in the second term, right? Because you said, oh, I stopped 8 wars, 9 wars. It's like, like some of them never even happened, like not even close, right? They were no wars. Like, but he just said, I stopped them. Is because he wanted that. Because look, he still hates the fact that Americans love Obama more than they love him.
Yeah.
Right? That's because, and this is one of his insecurities ever since he was in New York, right? Because he was like, he was part of the new money in New York, right? So whenever he would go into these like, places that rich people frequent, and it's like, they're there and they're having fun and they're like in their element, he was always the outsider, right? Because he's a dumbass. I mean, it's like, people look at him, he opens his mouth, says a few words, and it's like, I need to get away, right, from this guy. So obviously he always wanted that. I mean, dude, you know what I think? I think that if Trump became like a Broadway producer and people loved him for it, that would be his life, right? He would be one of the best Broadway producers, just because he just loved that. He loves the adulation of the masses, basically, right? And especially like the elites. He loves, especially the intellectual elites, to actually like him. But he's a dumbass. He doesn't know how to be liked by those people. He only knows how to be liked by like fucking like rednecks.
Yeah.
Because he speaks their language.
All right. So here, we got some other stuff right here. Trump administration restores funding to Planned Parenthood. Other groups after a lawsuit.
Oh, okay. No, so there was a lawsuit, so now he has to do it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got it. I mean, the Trump administration previously froze about $27.5 million in a federal family planning grants groups, including Planned Parenthood, as part of its probe into diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. After a lawsuit, the Trump administration agreed to restore the funding to these groups in December of 2025. The Planned Parenthood Association of Utah announced it was once again able to resume its participation of the Title X program of January 12th, 2026. Sick. So we are, by the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you want to call in and have a discussion, we can do so. It can be about whatever topic if you like. You can take a look at my hot takes list in the description if you want to have a conversation. Let's take a look at the bias comparison. It looks like left-leaning coverage frames the funding restoration as a victory for the reproductive rights advocates compelled by the ACLU lawsuit, using terms like quietly restored to imply administrative reluctance. Right-leaning outlets, conversely, emphasize the administration was forced to restore a little funding to win defunding lawsuit, highlighting outrage among pro-life leaders and questioning why and tens of millions were involved. Center-leaning reports neutrally present the event, de-emphasizing partisan framing, while all perspective acknowledge the quietly released and tens of millions. Ooh, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, First Amenders, Danger.
Hey, Danger.
How you doing, man?
Good. What would you like to talk about?
I saw you got 1,000 more subscribers from fucking last week, dude. Doing good. Awesome.
Well, I'm not at 1,000 more subscribers. I just hit 1,000 subscribers. I'm pretty proud of that. No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, that's right. No, fuck. I suck in math. I'm retarded when it comes to looking at numbers.
You're good. Don't worry about it.
I've had a couple beers too, so
I'm just happy that I hit that milestone, and I think it's going to keep going up. I mean,
I hope it does, dude, because I really think it will. I do think it's going to go up for you, because out of all people speaking on the left, like, you are one of the more, like, logical in my
I appreciate
opinion.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, if you look right here, and I want people to see, I mean, really, to get a YouTube channel to climb, it's not easy. It's a lot of work,
Oh fuck yeah,
and you have
dude! Oh my
to,
god, I
yeah,
can't
you have to
imagine what that was like.
consistently, yeah, you got to be consistently on it. I mean, it's a
Yep,
consistent
yep,
battle that you have to
yep.
perform. But I just want to share this so you can see what exactly I'm talking about. And this is just for the chat. I mean, you're
There's
probably
a
about,
little. There's probably like a 60-second delay from what I can see on my computer screen from when I'm
yeah,
talking to you.
fair
Too,
enough.
also, by the way.
So, well, I mean, this is just for the chat for anybody who could see. You could actually pull up my social blade. Now, my account is much, much older than March of 2024. It's several years older than that. So it seems like that I'm a channel that is not going to go anywhere. But I think it was roughly around April of 2024, March of 2024, where I decided, I said, okay, I am going to make a very clear vested interest to really make a YouTube channel. And ever since
Yeah,
then, you know, I've just been climbing, and you can see
yeah.
the sudden
Well, that just goes to
shift.
show. That should also show to everybody listening and everybody watching right now that if you put effort into whatever you're trying, your likelihood of achieving that goal is definitely going to be more than not achieving or not trying anything, right?
Yeah.
You know, and you're fucking doing it, dude. It's
So
fucking awesome.
I believe it'll get there. It's just, it's going to take time. It takes time.
Right.
And then you'll see. I believe in
I
myself.
hope you do, man. It'd be awesome.
So anyway, what did you
So,
want to talk about?
Yeah, I wanted to challenge Daniel on him talking about how the Romanian government was fascist. Is what I want to talk about.
Ooh.
Kind of
Honestly,
hard like this.
the best way to do that is I need you to go on the Discord, which is discord.gg /FIRST amender. And there's a
Yep.
channel
Okay. So,
that is
I
called
clicked on that.
recording.
I'm on.
Yeah, you'll see it's recording live, and you'll see me and Daniel just kind of chilling in there.
Shit. Okay, hang on. Oh, I see you guys. I can just join you guys in that.
Yeah, you just click that channel,
okay.
and you're right in.
All right. I'll do that then.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
And I'd be more than happy to kind of sit back and let you, because I don't know anything about the politics in Romania.
No, yeah.
Daniel is going to be the one. We can put a timer if you like 30 minutes or so, and just let you guys go at it.
Oh yeah, I don't care about time or anything. It's all up to you. It's your show.
Make sure you can get in because you may need some additional help if.
Yeah. I'm gonna jump in right now, but I don't have my mic up, so I'm not gonna be able to talk to you. But I should be able to get in. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like I got in.
You're in there, so all you got to do, you should be able to just talk. Everybody will be able to hear you, okay?
All right, yeah, let me make sure my mic's working.
So in other news, by the way, Daniel, get this, right?
Yes.
While we wait for... Oh, looks like he's ready to go. Okay, go ahead.
Ready to go.
Yeah, just you can finish your point.
What I was saying... What I was saying, Daniel, I'm going to make a conceited effort to be friendlier. I'm going to do it. Watch.
Good. I'm
going to be nicer. I'm going to be nicer to people. I've been so mean to people, and I gotta.
I'm telling you right now,
be so
like
mean.
where I'm from, and like I like that. That's one thing I like about the South and everything in Texas, because just people down there, or even if you go up north to Canada, or if you're up here in Montana, like you get down in the small towns, people are just polite, and I really appreciate that. Like you can disagree with each other.
My show. I'm trying to be as calm as possible.
Yeah.
I was thinking
it's hard.
I was thinking that you, Daniel, with your accent, it's kind of hard to tell, being an American. But I thought that you might be, like a Danish or Norwegian or something.
Don't worry about it.
And I was going to say something. I was like, you're Romanian, dude.
There's like in our old server where we used to hang out, me and Amanda, there was like this running joke of people trying to guess where I'm from, and just like never getting it, like literally never getting it.
Oh man, dude, I was stationed in Italy when I was in the army, right? And naturally, there's strip clubs all around the army bases. Even if you go to the army bases in America. But 90% of the strippers were Romanian, and they were all super model hot, man.
Well,
I do
Like
want to hear
Romanian women
I
are
do want to hear the
gorgeous.
conversation between
Romanian women are gorgeous, man.
between
but
you
we
and
can go
Danger.
Okay, all right.
What was the issue you had with or I don't know, maybe
Well, it
not
wasn't
an issue,
near
just a conversation.
It's not necessarily an issue. I just want to understand Daniel's comprehension of what fascism actually is, right? Because he said his government, the current or the last Romanian government before the revolution in '70s, right? And so,
I mean, ever since the 1950s, right? It's like after the abdication of the king.
yeah.
we
Well, okay.
basically
So,
just had fascism.
so
I mean, we had
check this
fascism
out.
before
So-
that too. So we had fascism
Well,
in
yeah.
Romania
When the
for a very
Nazis
long
were
time.
around, you had fascism, that's for sure. But when the
I
communists
mean, it's
came
like
over
we
and
have
took over,
we have the Iron Guard, right? Like before, like and during the
Well,
World War II, we had Antonescu,
Yeah.
which was also like fascist. He was like really buddy
Yes.
with Hitler.
Yeah,
So yeah. We
So-
were like really big on fascism. So the only difference, so you can understand,
Right.
like the only difference was just like the new people that came and called themselves communists, and
Yes.
it's like, and I agree, like some of them did fight against the Nazis during the World War
Yes.
II, and they were part of like the resistance in Romania, right, against like the fascist regime. Like
Of course.
a lot of those people were actually just purged, right, from the ranks of the
Yes.
so-called Communist
Yes, they
Party,
were.
right?
Yep.
they were just murdered, right,
Yep.
by the
Yep.
new fascists. And
Yeah,
you know,
pretty
it's
much.
like every
Okay,
time-
so
every time I'm looking at what a fascist is, right, and I had this conversation before, it's like, yeah, you can get like definitions of fascism. One of the things that I like to do, I just like to go to Umberto Eco's, like 14 common features of fascism, and you just go through them. Umberto Eco, yes. Umberto Eco is an
what's that?
Italian writer. It's an Italian writer.
Okay.
And he wrote a lot about fascism, because fascism started in Italy,
Yes.
right? So obviously he was extremely interested to see exactly what makes something fascist and how do you get to have like a fascist nation.
I gotta look up that guy. Okay, all right. So what I was gonna say is that I think you like fascism is a particular form of totalitarianism, right? Also, so is like the USSR was with its left wing, like the US, like, because if you're gonna go, okay, so all right, first of all, I'm gonna read this off. Romania's government before the revolution. Romania's government before the revolution was characterized by a one-party system under a Communist Party Romania, which the only legal political party leading to force in Romanian society. So the 1991 constitution replaced the single party rule of the democratic imperialist system, but former communists maintained prominence in through the formation of the parties of the Democratic Social Party. So this is what I understand, or this is what I'm thinking, what you're confused about, Daniel. And I don't mean any offense at all. I'm not gonna not like that at all. I think that you're mixing up, like, you're just calling any form of totalitarianism fascism is what I think you were doing.
No, you'd be wrong.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're absolutely wrong. That's why when I said how do I look at something and try to understand if it's fascism?
Right. Yes.
I'm looking at Umberto Eco, right? And it's because look, there's a lot of writers that that studied fascism and wrote about fascism, right? And one of the best, in my opinion, and many other people's opinion, is actually Umberto Eco, right? He's very, very clear about these things, right? And as I said, it's like his 14 features, right? Like of fascism. It's a very strong way to actually look at something and see, is this fascism?
Daniel, can you please do me a favor and we're in the Discord channel, and just send me a DM and send me that guy's name on how to spell it and everything. Right.
I'll do you one better. I will just look up now, like his article where it's like there's some.
No. Like I mean, you could show chat and everything, but I just want the guy's name so I can look up everything on
there
him
you
on
go.
my own time
As
later.
I said, I did something better.
Oh yeah.
So there it's
Oh,
like you have his
perfect.
name, and you also
Oh
have
yeah.
like the things that I talked about, right? So when I'm reading from Umberto Eco and I'm looking at this list and I say the cult of tradition, yes, there was like a huge cult of tradition in pre-revolution Romania, like huge,
Right.
right? It's like all we
Like
talked about is tradition. You know how great Romanians were, how great our history was, and our
okay.
traditions, and we were like the
Yeah,
greatest.
which
right?
would also be very fascist.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, the rejection of modernism. Yes, we didn't like modernism like at
Okay.
all. It's
Okay.
like because everything is tradition. So obviously you cannot
Yeah.
be modern if you're in tradition, right?
Right.
With the cult of action for action's sake. I mean, holy moly! Like in pre-revolution Romania, we just did things because we had to do things, right? It's like everybody always had to be seen, at least, right? At least at a perception level, as doing something, right? It's like there needed. You couldn't just sit and do nothing, right? It's like there needs to be action all the time. Disagreement is treason, obviously. Fear
That's
of difference.
so like
This is
disagreement is
again.
treason. Like that's also like a socialist communist
Oh,
thing too, right?
no, it's nothing to do with socialism or communism. So
Well, no,
if
I
you're
mean
looking
like
at
in the USSR, they did the same thing,
yeah,
though,
but
right?
this is why I disagree when people say that those countries were socialist or communist. Because if you're looking at
Okay.
what socialism and communism are, it's like they're not about, oh, if you disagree with us, we're gonna kill you. No, that's what those people did, and they said, oh, we are also like
Right.
socialists, right? And especially when it comes to Americans, you've been taught that your whole life. You've been taught that that's
Been
what
taught what?
socialism and communism does, right? It just kills
What?
people that disagree with them.
No. No, we're taught that we're taught that all totalitarian governments do that. Not just communist.
By
Yeah,
the way,
but again,
those
it's
that
like it
are
has nothing to
joining,
do with
by the way,
socialism.
those that are joining in today, I really appreciate you guys joining in. Consider a subscribe, very small YouTuber, and so I appreciate the support. Currently, it's a discussion between Daniel Hume and RGR Danger regarding regarding the parties in Romania. Go ahead.
No, if you go further, like the fear of difference, which is like an appeal against
Yes.
intruders, and we always had this thing. We
Okay.
always had like these enemies that were trying to get in. And by the way, the funniest thing is like one of the biggest enemies that we had and that was talked in our country were the Russians,
Right.
right? Because it's like our Communist Party had like really big disagreements with the Communist Party of Russia, right?
That's hilarious, and
Yeah.
that actually makes a lot of sense too.
It is. And then it leads into the other thing, the obsession with the plot, right? There was always a plot from Moscow to do something with us, to us, right?
Oh,
and we were
yes,
always
of course. They
fearful
were
of that.
always, yes, the communists in Russia, the USSR, they were always there to use the
And then
satellite
it's like,
countries.
we go further, right? Like the enemy is both strong and weak, right? Because and this is something that's like all fascists do. That's how you can recognize that Republicans do these things in the United States today, because they say, oh, Democrats, they're weak, they're pathetic, oh, but they're also strong. They have everything in their hands, they're controlling everything, right? And like the Nazis said that about the Jews, right? The Jews,
Yep.
the Jews are weak, they're rats, they're
Yeah,
they're
but you could also say that
everything.
you could also say that about the American left, saying that it's the white man that controls everything. They use the same rhetoric too.
Yeah, but they're not saying the white man is weak. No, they're literally saying the white man is strong and he's controlling a lot of things, right? So again, it's like we need to look at both these things.
But it still doesn't matter if you say they're weak
we
or
can get
strong,
into that if you want to
still
have a
kinda,
conversation about that. We can go into it, right? It's like, again, it's like, and then pacifism is trafficking with the enemy. We didn't really have this too much, but there was like a sort of like militarism, especially since everybody had to go
in Romania
in the military. Yes, like so it's like drafting was mandatory for everybody.
Right.
So you had to go into the army. So there was something
under the so-called socialist government, right?
Yeah. It's like everybody had to be enlisted. Very few people got away from it, right?
Okay, so I want to ask you this: like, what did Romania? So did they have like actual socialist policies in there, like workers' rights or anything like that?
I mean,
Like,
there were policies that were actually
so
helpful for
they did
for
have
society.
that. So they were somewhat socialist.
Yeah, but it's like again, I'm not saying they didn't have any social policies that were actually good. What I'm saying is, I
Okay.
can look at all these other things and say, yeah, they're fascists. Because look,
Well,
the fascists in Italy and in Spain and in Germany, they also had like social policies which were like pretty good for like a lot of people, right? Especially like
yeah.
Aryan Germans or like native Italians and so on, right? That's the problem. But in Romania, for example, like the Roma population was discriminated like a lot,
Oh yeah.
right?
Yes.
The Hungarian population was also kind of discriminated
Yep.
a lot.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
So it's
that
like
was
if
a big hodgepodge. Like down in that
Yeah.
area where you guys are from is a big hodgepodge of a
Yeah.
bunch of different cultures, and that goes
No, of course. I
way
mean, that's
back.
Europe. This is the thing.
Yeah.
It's like you can
Yeah.
never go
Well, down
anywhere
there,
in
that's what I'm
Europe
saying.
and
Like
not have
down
that.
in your area, where like Romania, Balkans area, like that, like that's a little bit different than France and Germany,
Yeah.
and you know.
True. It's like there's like a lot more countries like per square
Yep.
mile, basically, and it's like we also hate each other.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of
Yeah.
animosity.
Yeah. I
between
know. I know. You guys are freaking bad, dude. Like when I was in
so
Italy,
look,
like I've never.
I'm just gonna go further because we only have like 4 or like 5 of these things, right? So then we can resume, right? Because I want to go through all so I can demonstrate to you how our system was not a socialist or a communist system. It was just a fascist
Yeah.
system, right?
Okay.
Contempt for the weak, right? It's like
Right.
the amount of elitism
All
that we
right.
had in Romania was just like bonkers, right?
So if we
And it's
do
like
that,
if you were
first of all,
weak, it's like you were contemptible, right? And everybody look, if you had like there were certain jobs you would have in society where everybody would look at you like you are trash, right? Because it means that if
I'm
you're
sure.
doing that job, you're just like you're
That's
just scum.
actually everywhere in all societies, even to this day.
Well, not necessarily.
Everywhere.
Not necessarily, because I've been in societies where that's not the case.
Certain societies have a more extent to it, but it does exist in all societies. I'm telling you right now, people here in America
Well, I mean,
look down at
but again,
somebody
it's
who
like,
works in McDonald's.
Yeah, but that's not maybe in America it is, right? But what I'm saying is that not everywhere you have this contempt for the weak, for the poor, right? It's like there's one thing to look people down a bit and having contempt for
Right.
them, right? Those
So,
are like
like,
very
what-
different
What
ways
place,
of looking
like,
at things.
what are you talking about? Like, what place does not have
No,
that
so-
contempt? Like Romania?
I mean, today, we don't have it in the same. It's like we not even close to how it used to be, right? We're like much more progressive in the sense of like, yeah, we understand that everybody has to do a job, right? So even if
Romania
you're
is
doing like
definitely
like
doing a lot better than it used to be doing. That's for
it
sure.
is. We are doing a lot better. Yeah, that is true. Especially compared to the 90s. Yes, it's a lot better.
Yeah.
Anyway,
man.
11. Everybody is educated to become a hero. And look, ever since you were in kindergarten, you had these things where you were given like a uniform, almost like a military uniform, right? For like ever since you were like in kindergarten and then in school and so on, right?
Oh
And
yeah, you guys
like,
were, yeah.
when you were in kindergarten, it's like your uniform was the uniform of the nation's hawks, right? You're the hawk of the nation, right?
Yeah.
And look, I'm going to give you like a small
very
anecdote.
fascist. That is a very fascist thing. Yes,
very fascist.
Yes.
To the point that it made me feel like I was a superhero and I could fly if I wore
Right.
the uniform.
Yeah. I could see that. Yeah.
Machismo and weaponry. Oh, we had a lot of machismo. Weaponry, not as much on the streets the way Americans have it.
What's machismo?
Machismo is like people putting a lot of emphasis on masculine traits, right? And being a true man, right? And it's like, if you're a true man, you're going to do this and that, right? That's
oh yeah, in
right?
Eastern Europe, dude. In Eastern Europe and all throughout, right? That's huge, even to this day, man. Yeah, big time.
Yeah, and this is, and we're still kind of like suffering from that thing, right? And it's because it's linked with misogyny, right?
Yes,
so it's like
I believe.
We are still suffering from that, right? We're still we gotten better. We've gotten better, like a lot better, but we're far from where I would like us to be. Okay. Selective
can you still?
populism.
Can you still hear me all right? I'm standing outside
Uh,
right now.
Yeah, you
It was
were
bad
like
at first, but then
crackling
it
a
just
bit.
improved.
Yes.
Fuck.
And two more left, right? It's like selective populism, which is, as I've told you, right? It's like we had like these programs, like in Romania, which were like for the people, but you had to be the right kind of people, right, to have those.
Oh, of
Okay,
course.
so so it's like the right, not any people, just the right kind of people. If you're the right kind of people, oh, there's a lot of populism for you. If you're not the right kind of people, you're not gonna have those things. And fascism, it says, like, this is the last point, speaks newspeak, right? This is from 1984, right?
Yeah, but that he didn't just base that off of fascism, like the communists did that too, right?
Yeah, no,
He was
I'm
also
telling you where it's based
like
from.
in
I'm telling you where it's
INSOC.
based from.
He based
Yes,
INSOC off a mix of the USSR and Nazi Germany, pretty much, is what INSOC is. And
it was
also
actually more,
taken to the extreme with a lot more too. Yes.
It was actually more about the USSR, because George Orwell was also kind of like a piece
I
of
would
shit.
say I saw more similarities with the USSR for sure. Yes.
Yeah, because he didn't care about the Jews being genocided. He cared more about that he didn't like Stalin. So yeah, he was kind of also a piece of shit. But that's not the point, regardless, right? It's like what I'm talking about is this way of speaking where you're kind of like, words don't mean words anymore, right? Like words stop to mean what they mean, and you just give them like new meanings from whole cloth, right? Where it's like,
yes, like double think and all that stuff. Yep.
Yeah, exactly, right? So you see, it's like Romania and the regime that we had in Romania.
That's why I actually wanted to talk to you. I wanted to talk to you to make sure that I want to understand what your definition of fascism first, which I don't think I've gotten yet, by the way. Like, what is fascism to you? Or for like, what have you learned so far?
Look, so it's like what you asked me in the beginning was how do I know that Romania before the revolution in 1989 was a fascist regime, right?
Yes.
And
yes.
What I want to do, and that's why it's like when I started, yes, I could give you a definition, but I feel like that definition would be like extremely reductive. And that's why it's
that's
like
the thing. Like,
whenever I want to be very, just a second. Whenever I want to be very thorough about these things, I always go to Umberto Eco. Always, because it's like I like to apply this like 14 points, and you can go through them point by point and see exactly how this regime fits those points.
Right.
So it's like if I were to just tell you, what a definition, I can give you a definition of fascism if you want to.
No. I don't want the definition of fascism. I want your idea of what it is. From what you've learned from Umberto.
It's an authoritarian ideology that's being characterized by the militarism, ultranationalism, centralization of power, and suppression of any other political parties.
Okay, so would you call the USSR fascist?
Yeah, of course. They were literally called red fascists.
Just making sure.
Yeah,
just making sure.
They were called red fascists, right? I mean, that's it's very well.
No, I've actually never heard that, but it doesn't surprise me.
You should look up. Yeah. You should.
They were very fucking fascist to like their shit that they did. Yes, like just being like, because I like to equate like totalitarianism with fascism a lot of the times, even though I understand that not all totalitarianism is fascism. Like just because
for sure. Yeah.
The government is suppressing its people. Like, look at the Iranian government. I mean, I guess you could, apply fascist. They definitely do have fascist tendencies, like a total Islamic. Like, they beat a woman to death in a jail for not wearing a fucking hijab. That's pretty fascist to me. In what I would. I
also saw this video for like one of those guys. Like they literally shot like a woman in the face and she died. So, yeah.
Are you talking about the protest in Bidit? Minnesota.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. It wasn't in Iran. No, you're absolutely correct. I messed
you're talking
those up
about-
because I'm messing up
Yep.
my fascists in my head sometimes, and yeah, it happens.
I will say this about it. I've already actually had this conversation with First Amendment about that. Is that I do not think that cop needed to shoot that lady.
Oh, 100%.
Freaking,
Well,
he was an idiot, and all he
No,
did was
he was a
bring
murderer,
more.
not an
he-
idiot.
like freaking,
He's a murderer.
all he did was bring up more fucking protests and made all his buddies' jobs harder. That's all he fucking did. You know, like
Oh, but I
freaking,
mean,
yeah.
Look. He's like, this wasn't an oopsie, right? This was murder. It's not an oopsie. It's not like, oh my god,
yeah, dude.
all he did,
yeah.
all he did was make
opinion.
all the other people's job harder. No. He killed a woman.
Well, the fact
He
that
killed
he
an
was
innocent
Well, that's why I'm saying, like, he killed a woman and then made everybody else's jobs harder too now. Now more people are going to end up getting fucking killed over it.
I mean, the fact
Because
that
more people are going to be emboldened to go out there to fuck with ICE, and they're going to get shot. And it's already actually happened. I think just today they shot another person for fucking with them. You know, like, who is out there encouraging these people to go fuck with law enforcement doing their jobs?
They're not
I'm going
doing
to
their
tell
jobs,
you,
though.
yes, they are doing their jobs because their job is to remove illegal immigrants. That's their job.
The thing. So the thing is, if you're looking at DHS and like how they see these things, it is not illegal to follow an ICE agent. It is not illegal to film an ICE agent.
Nope,
It
it's
is
not.
illegal. It's not illegal to yell at an ICE agent. It's not
No,
illegal
it's not.
to call him names.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
And they aren't
So
arresting
none of
people
those
for
things.
those reasons.
No, they are.
They aren't.
literally
No,
are.
they aren't.
They literally are.
No. These protesters are going out there and they're trying to impede ICE from serving
That's
justice
absolutely
to
false.
criminals. Yes, they are.
That is absolutely false.
In the video, you can see the video of the Renee Good lady.
Which video?
She's clearly blocking traffic. It's called. There's a law called obstruction of justice in America, right?
Yeah. If
So,
you
like,
actually saw the
if a cop
Danger.
is doing an investigation and he's trying to do an
They're not
investigation
investigating
for a
anything.
crime, and
They're not cops.
or if they are they're law enforcement officers.
They're not cops, though.
Federal.
They're not
Well,
cops.
okay, it's a law enforcement officer. Same
They're
fucking
not
thing.
cops. No, it's not the same
Law-
thing. That's the
enforcement
problem. The
officer.
problem is that you bought all the lies. Look.
So
hook, line, and sinker.
what's a cop
So
then?
I'm
What's a cop?
trying to explain to you. Right. So the thing with ICE cannot just randomly stop you. Right?
No, they can't.
No, they can't.
No, they
That's
don't.
the thing. They can't. No,
And they don't.
They do. They literally did with Renee Good. What do you mean?
Renee Good was blocking traffic, trying to impede them from doing their jobs, and they told her to get out of the car for it.
Can I answer?
She was obstructing justice. Yes, you can.
Can I answer you? Please, just let me then. The thing is, it's like if you're looking at the video, you're gonna see that she was trying to turn her car. She actually waved like another car before ICE came. She waved them because there was enough space for a car to pass. She wasn't blocking the road. She was on a part of a road. She wasn't blocking the road. And then when ICE came, she did the same thing. She waved them to go past, and they stopped and they went to her. And one of them reached and grabbed the door. Right? It's like, why did he do that? He's not allowed to do that.
So why are you trying to pretend like she wasn't there trying to fuck with ICE?
Maybe
she
she was.
Maybe she was clearly trying to fuck with ICE.
What she was doing there. What she was doing there.
So if you're fucking with ICE.
No, Danger.
Okay.
You're interrupting, and it's not okay.
Oh, sorry.
We cannot have a conversation if you're just.
You're right.
Talk over
Keep talking. Sorry.
She was not there. She was literally in her neighborhood. You understand? She just took her young kid to kindergarten. She came back home. She was with her dog in the back. I heard that she was like literally in front of her house, because you see it's like a car coming out of the driveway and then trying to move, right? There were like a lot of cars. There was a lot of commotion there. And again, if you're saying she was blocking, she wasn't blocking, because blocking would mean you couldn't pass her, right? But the fact is that there was another car before ICE that actually went past her because she waved the car to go past her. And then when she waved ICE to go past her, which ICE could have done, you know what ICE did? They stopped. And then they went to her, right? So if you're saying that she actually obstructed them, that's just pure bullshit. And anybody can go online, see the video, and see that what you're saying is just untrue.
All right, so we're talking about Renee Good, right?
Yes.
Oh, so Renee Good crossed multiple state lines throughout the period of her death. She was a U.S. citizen. She's been caught on video following ICE in other states and harassing them too. Dude, come on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Also,
we already
I
talked
want to
about
say this:
danger.
Renee Good's children were taken away from her because her wife was abusing the kids.
Yeah, I don't know that, and also that's not a death sentence.
No, it's not. It's definitely not a death sentence. But
so I don't know why you brought it up. Then I don't know why you brought it up.
Why is she fucking with ICE?
Irrelevant.
Why? No, it is relevant because
it's
why
not
is she was her kid in the car?
Illegal. No,
kid was in the car, right?
No,
so she wasn't taking her kid. She wasn't taking her kid.
She took her kid to the kindergarten, and she came back from kindergarten. Like, what do you mean?
The kindergarten, because she brought her kid from to another
Do you know
state.
how it goes? Look, I'm going to tell you because maybe you don't have kids.
Dude,
but I have
she
kids.
Was clearly fucking
I'm going to explain
4 minutes
to you
and 30 seconds
clearly
remaining.
fucking with ICE, bro.
Yeah, danger.
She was clearly
I'm going to explain the
fucking
thing
with
to you because you clearly don't have kids, right? So I can tell you exactly how it goes when you have kids. You know how it goes when you have kids? You take your kid to school and then you come back home, which is what she did. Right? And then she came back home, probably took her dog because the dog was in the car. Probably she wanted to take the dog to the dog park or whatever. She was taking her kids back home with her wife out there yelling at ICE, telling them that they're cowards, blah, blah, blah. And then when the cop comes around to her shit and they tell her, hey, lady, what the hell are... They tell her multiple times to move. On video. No, they give her.
Yes,
they give her actually contradictory information.
Then she doesn't do anything, and she's sitting there smiling at him. She's clearly
you're absolutely
trying to intimidate.
Who are you trying to lie to? By the way,
who are you trying to lie to? Come on, bro.
Because anybody can actually look at the video and just see exactly which one of us is actually lying about these things. And
anyone can clearly look at the video and you can tell that the lady is trying to fuck with ICE.
No. Maybe she is, maybe she isn't. But I don't think she is because she literally said, she waved them to go past.
First of all, I want to say this.
She
did not deserve to get killed at all.
You're talking me, and I can just up my microphone and nobody will hear you. So just let me speak,
you keep doing the same to me too, man.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to respond to you, and you cannot stop talking.
Well, I keep talking, and then you talk over me too. Don't worry.
When you finish, that's when I start.
Keep going.
That's when I start.
Okay.
But you keep over talking. You can go back and listen to this, and you're gonna hear yourself over talking me all the time. The thing is, it's like ICE agents gave her contradictory commands. One of them said, move. The other one say, open your door. It's like, come up, come down, and whatever, right?
Right.
Again, nothing she did was illegal. Well, every time you're saying that a cop did this and a cop did that, I have to remind you every time
obstructing
that
justice.
No cop was there. There was no justice being done there. There was no justice being involved.
No.
She wasn't obstructing
the justice being done is ICE taking illegals and getting them out of the country because they entered the country illegally.
What illegals?
The illegal immigrants that come into the country illegally unannounced.
Okay.
And nobody knows about them.
Can you give me the name of the illegals that they were tracking that evening and
you
she
have
was
2 minutes.
Sabotaging guys to do it?
Man, I mean, I wish I could, but I'm not ICE. You could ask ICE about that.
No, but you don't have it. I mean, nobody knows because ICE doesn't do these things, right? So it's like,
so you think
there's no difference between them.
You think that because I can't name names doesn't mean that they're not deporting illegal immigrants, dude? Come on, man. I'm not involved in ICE.
They're deporting illegal immigrants. Maybe they're also deporting. They're also deporting documented migrants, which, by the way, they're doing
documented migrants that break the law.
They're doing that. No,
just like every other country.
Literally, that's the thing. It's like if you're looking at what ICE is doing, danger. If you're looking at what ICE is doing, and this is statistics, right? Over 75% of the people that they apprehended had zero criminal record. Right?
No, that's not true because if they were in the country illegally, they have a criminal record. No, if you're in the
could look this
country
up.
illegally, you committed a crime, so therefore you
No, that's
have
a
a criminal record.
That's a misdemeanor. I don't know if you know
It
this.
doesn't
Maybe
matter.
you don't know the laws of your country.
Yeah, a
but the laws of your
misdemeanor is
country-
a crime. A misdemeanor is a crime, is it not, or is it not?
No.
A misdemeanor
it's
is
not
a
a violent
crime.
crime. Do you think it's a violent
It-
crime?
Violent
Or like
crime
any other-
has nothing to
did
do with
you
you
ever-
being
I'm
an
sorry,
illegal
I'm sorry.
immigrant.
Did you
It doesn't
ever
matter if you're a violent criminal
Did you
or
ever
not.
jaywalked? Did you ever jaywalk?
That has nothing to do with me
No, it
entering
has
the
everything.
country
It has
unannounced.
everything to do with it
No,
because
it
jaywalking is also a misdemeanor, right? So if you're saying that
It
these
doesn't,
people
bro.
are criminals because they entered the country without
Yes,
documentation,
yes,
then you jaywalking
yes.
are the same
you-
kind of criminal.
If
you should be
if
put in jail.
the country has sovereign
You
laws,
just admitted that you have to be
We-
put in jail because you're a criminal.
yeah, you should be put in jail if you come into the country. Not put in jail if you come into the country illegally. You should be just
No,
deported.
you shouldn't. No, you shouldn't. That's
You
the
should
thing.
be
You don't know
deported.
the,
Yes,
you
you
don't
should.
know the you don't
Yes, you
know
should.
what the laws
Because the
of your country are.
yes, I do. I know exactly
Okay,
what
can you
the
tell
laws
me
of my
what
country are,
law
and you
says that
cannot.
if you're
We're out of-
entering the
we're out of
country
time.
illegal, you're going
Oh
to be deported?
man,
I
dude, I would. We're out of time,
appreciate,
but I would love to
yeah.
point this out to you. I bring it up to you right away. Here, I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
We're friends on Discord now, so I'll send it to you.
appreciate it.
But I'll send it. But it was
Um,
good. Hey, I appreciate you, First Amender, and Dennis. I
you're
appreciate
you're
you
free
too,
to
guys.
stay
You guys
in here.
are awesome.
Just make sure you mute, obviously, because there's going to
Oh,
be
yeah.
likely other calls. You want to click my live so
Right.
you can hear, the call itself. But we are
Yeah.
taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I was talking with some people in the chat where I was telling them about my hot takes list, which is in the description of the chat. And if there's something that you particularly disagree with, I'd be more than happy to have the discussion with you. Just call the number. We are taking calls, and this is a live show. There was some additional discussion. Let's see here. Somebody was saying that that they had a dispute regarding take number 35, which is women are just as good at men as chess. I think I can uphold that. It is true that chess is largely male dominated. It actually does make sense that you have more men in competition. And the reason why is simple. Testosterone causes you to feel like that you have to prove yourself, or greater levels of competition between one another. Very common, and is very typical of that. It is a male typical behavior to seek out competition. That's not to say that women don't seek out competition themselves. It's just less prevalent. So with that being said, obviously the population dynamics is going to be, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, it's Joepio. How you doing, sir?
Hello, Joepio. Give me one
You know, I'm
second.
the guy, the Loud with Crowder and Timcast watching guy that you got that you love and enjoy with you in the chat arguing.
Okay. What would you like to talk about, Joepio?
No, I mean, I don't think there's going to be too much on it. I feel like this is, but first of all, I do want to say I do appreciate your list, because having 89 hot takes takes a lot of work, and that's a lot to put on the line. But I find it funny that I was about 50 through, and only 4 of them I agreed with. So there's plenty to disagree with you on.
Okay.
But I just one that I know I have an absurd amount of knowledge on is 35, and yeah, women aren't even close to men in chess. It's not, and everybody makes this claim of, there's just not enough women doing it, just like they say with STEM and everything. But the reality is, here in St. Louis, they put millions into funding women into it, and they got a whole bunch of girls into it, and that has nothing to do with it. You can throw millions of dollars at it. They just kind of cap. Judith Polgart, she stopped at 2,600, and Magnus and them are at 28. And if I, as a chess player, if you're playing somebody 200 rating points higher than you, you're supposed to lose 99% of the time. So it's just not even a fair game.
What about
That's
the
why they
time
won't
where
ever win
Judith
the World
Polgar
Championship.
went up against Magnus Carlsen and won? There was a park
That's what I'm saying.
chess game where Judith Polgar won.
And that's why it became a big video and had so many hits, because if you put Magnus Carlsen versus Judith Polgar, and you put it, especially I think that was a blitz game in a park, is the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
But if you put them in a standard classical game and you give them 100 chances, I highly doubt she would even win one. But the results would be Magnus would win probably 80 of the games, and they would draw probably 19, and maybe she would win one.
Well,
it would not be close.
I guess my thought process is the fact that where it's even possible for Judith Polgar to even do that is rather incredible, considering that's effectively.
Oh, she's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's effectively it's the top level of chess. And I also don't observe that there appears to be any inherent ability of a woman above a man or a man above a woman. I mean, I've read books on, sex differences between men and women, and I find that there's very little evidence of mental superiority of men and women.
And there's a thing to this that, because I've actually taught hundreds of children or boys and girls chess, and there isn't too much of a separation at the young age. It's just what I'm alluding to is that we just have, the game's been around since 1096. It's been around forever. I'm not sober right now, and I forget what year it came out. But anyway, we have just an immense amount of data. I can go back and show you games from the 1900s and stuff, and we can analyze them. And so with all this data, we can see that there's no women that break through. And then all the women that are at the top, they go, oh, yeah, the guys are better. They're not ashamed of it. They try, and they're the best for the women, but it's just, they know they're not going to get up there, and they're honored to play somebody like Magnus, just like anybody else is, but they just know they don't stand a chance. And it's not like they think that they're some inferior being or their brain doesn't work or whatever. It's just, for some reason, we have hundreds of years of data and nothing. Yeah.
What do you think that reason is?
Any answer I give, honestly, could get me in trouble. Not that I really care, but it's just, it's completely opinionated. And because I've played with women, I think maybe it would have to be something to do with the physical body on the emotional wear and tear that it does, because there are these articles where they show you burn a whole bunch of calories sitting in a 4-hour-long game, and it's just a mental stress that happens. And then also women with their cycles and stuff, they're not consistent. So, because their emotions are going to be going up and down throughout their 26-day cycle. So whenever you're playing chess, it's about consistency. It's like Magnus Carlsen didn't lose for years, didn't even lose a game. And so that's how you become the best. It's not about how many games you play. It's about, if you just don't lose, if you just draw, you can get if you tie the whole way, you can get close to the top without even ever winning a game. But
well, I get what you're saying.
But if you lose, you drop quick. So, go ahead.
Well, I get what you're saying. You didn't really answer, though. My question is, why do you think the reason is that women underperform men in chess? If it's not because of an intellectual disadvantage, what is it? It's the body?
I think it's the body. I don't really think it's necessarily the brain. I do believe that our brains are wired differently. No, it's about a physical thing. It's just like saying the woman being able to, the cardio thing of running farther or doing more push-ups and stuff. Everybody's body has a different capacity. And I'm saying that whenever you're playing chess, the big tournaments, if you're a top player, I'm not anymore, but if you're a top player, you play for a week on and sometimes 2 weeks straight. And you have to be good every single day. You can't have a bad meal. You have to be physically in shape. It's a thing. And so with women, they can't guarantee that they're going to be in a good mood that day.
What if I told you that studies don't show that?
Okay, I'm telling you life. I don't know what study you could come up with. I mean,
well, I pulled up. I used consensus.app, which what it specifically does is that it pulls up an aggregate of studies. You can ask it a scientific question, and this is in fact a scientific question: are women as good as men at chess? And I can show you right here through consensus.app. It says these studies suggest that women currently underperform men overall in chess ratings and elite results, but that gap is generally very small and it varies by age and country. It is strongly influenced by factors like lower female participation, stereotypes, and confidence of the opponent gender, and there is no consistent evidence of an innate intellectual disadvantage for women in chess. So I come to the same exact conclusion, whereas I think that the reasoning why women likely are not in would appear to underperform is not because of their inability. It's other factors such as lower participation, the stereotypes associated to women, and confidence regarding the opponent gender. So that's where I'm at with it. And I think there's like this idea that like men are inherently superior at mind games, but I just do not, I reject that hypothesis.
And once again, I never said that. I said it was about the physical body. But just to clarify, where did you just read this from? What source? Or
This
what
is
was
consensus.app, and what I just basically gave you is an aggregate of 20 separate sources. So there's gender, competition, and performance evidence from chess players, gender differences in chess, from micro to macro gender differences, evidence from field tournaments, expert performance of men and women, a cross-cultural study in the chess domain, gender differences in performance under time constraint, evidence from chess tournaments, gender differences in chess performance, female chess players outperform expectations when playing men, the gender gap in competitive chess across countries, commanding queens, and sex differences in chess performance, analyzing participation rates, age, and practice in chess tournaments. Gender, competition, and performance. Anyway, there's a lot of studies, a lot of different studies.
You're good there, but I just want to point out something. So I'm just saying, so you're going off this article, whatever, and that's fine. You know, you're going to have to do the research on stuff somehow. But I'm just saying, how do you, what's the word? It's not disprove, but how do you tangle with the fact that every single chess player living would disagree with you, like all the top, the ones that are good,
like,
that actually matter. All of them would disagree with you. All the ones dead would disagree with you. Yeah. All the literature disagree with you. All the factual evidence from every chess tournament in history disagrees with you. Yeah. And everything since chess has been invented disagrees with you. So it's like, and you're just like, well, this article says women are just as smart as men.
It's not an article.
I'm
it's literally all. It's literally all studies.
Oh yeah, sorry. It's the aggregate or whatever.
It's an aggregate of a multitude of studies that have analyzed chess at a scientific level. It is true.
And I'm saying you could go from Bobby Fischer to Magnus Carlsen. Nobody would ever say that women were better or that they're equal. Nobody would ever say it. It's just like, I don't know how you would get why. I don't know how to explain this. It's like you're pulling data about chess players from non-chess players. So it's just like, I don't know. It's like you're trying to figure out stats on the NFL, but you're talking to the NBA. I don't know how to tangle with that, because all the women themselves, like, you don't have to white knight here. All the women themselves agree. You can go to the Botez streams. They joke about it. Alexandria Botez dated I forget his name, from Canada, the Hans from Canada, and he's a grandmaster and she's a FIDE master, and she acknowledges how much better he is, and she talks about it at length. They're not together anymore, but I'm just saying, it's like nobody's ashamed of it. It's not like nobody's dogging on women, and it's like they actually have an advantage, because I actually almost lost a chess game because a girl put her boobs on the table and was sliding them back and forth, and it distracted me, and I dropped a freaking rook. So they have an edge in that, but I'm just saying, I don't know where I don't know how you can contend with. You would never. I could fly you to St. Louis, the chess capital of the world. You could talk to any of the 20 top players in the world, and none of them would tell you that men and women are equal whenever it comes to chess. So it's just, I don't know.
Have you ever heard of an appeal to anecdote?
I mean, that's your whole thing, isn't it? I mean,
no, I'm pulling up aggregate data. And your answer was, well, my experience is the opposite. Well, that's great in your experience, but that's not an actual from a scientific
No,
analysis.
okay, no, but no.
And
You're
then the
not
second
going to
thing
do that
is-
because I'm
all
a
right, hold on.
two-time
I didn't
state chess
interrupt you
champion.
once.
I am a champion, sir.
I did not. Once again, did not interrupt you once. In
Okay,
fact,
yeah, I'll give you that. You're
directly
correct.
interrupted
I
me.
apologize.
All right. So, once again, I'm going to repeat what the aggregate is because I don't think you're really understanding. I'm willing to acknowledge that studies suggest that women currently underperform men in overall chess rankings and elite results. Okay. However, that gap is very small, and it also varies by age as well as country. It is also strongly influenced by factors like lower female participation, stereotypes, confidence in opponent gender. There is no consistent evidence of an innate intellectual disadvantage for women in chess, in which, by the way, you've already agreed that it's not because of an innate intellectual disadvantage. Right?
Am I muted or no? I'm sorry.
No, you are not muted.
Okay, so no. I said that I didn't believe that was the reason for the disadvantage was something to do with their brain. No.
Okay, all right. But you said that it was likely something with their body. I'm not exactly sure what. I asked, is it a menstrual cycle? And you said no.
It's an
I don't know what
exhaustion thing. It's a physical thing. Just like some people, just like whenever
That
I
they
put
just
on,
get
I was in
exhausted?
the military, whenever I put on a 60-pound rucksack and I go put a 10-mile ruck down, I can do it way easier than a 100-pound girl. And that's just the reality of things. And so in a chess game, whenever you're going through these physical strains and stuff, I think the men's bodies are able to absorb it and endure it, and it doesn't bother them as much. Whereas the women, I feel like it upsets them easier, and they don't do as good in a 4-hour-long game.
So if I'm not mistaken, I know for a fact that when a desire for competition is higher when you have more testosterone. You'd agree with that, right?
A desire for competition is higher.
Yeah. If you have more
I guess,
testosterone,
that sounds right.
you
Yeah.
desire more competition. And
That
females
logically sounds
typically
right,
have
yeah.
lower testosterone, correct?
Correct.
So that would contribute to lower female participation in chess.
Sure.
Okay. And then the next thing is bringing up various stereotypes as well as confidence and as well as opponent genders. This is kind of the issue that I have, is that there is this kind of idea that, oh, this is a girl, they're going to lose to a guy. But number one, gap is very small. And that's with the lower female participation, the stereotypes, and the confidence level difference. Which leads me to believe it. And by the way, I've read studies and as well as books on inherent advantages that men and women have typically. And I'm not aware of a single instance where a woman would be incapable or less capable to a man, intellectually speaking. And you seem to allude to that. And that's the point that I had brought up regarding point number 35. I do believe that women are just as good as men at chess. And despite what the stereotypes will tell you.
Okay. So I think you had number 35 and 36. 36 was about intelligence. I was trying to focus on the chess thing. But the problem with what you were reading is it's about the perspective of it. It's like, oh, well, because we can't tell if the woman's intimidated by playing a man, they can't disprove that that's the reason that they're lower. And then the big red flag of your read was, you said the gap is small. The gap is not small. The gap is not small at all. It's a mathematical equation. It's as easy as doing 1 + 1 is 2. And that's why I'm saying you are just trying to defy math and logic just so you can say women are as smart as men. And I'm saying that you don't have to throw chess into the ring with this. Like, you can have that statement on its own, because the gap is massive. The gap is over 200 points, which
Why
is,
do you exhibit
if I play
smaller
somebody 200
gaps in
points
different
higher, I lose.
countries?
because of math.
Wait,
It's math.
but hold on. If
There's
the gap was large in the United States, but it's smaller in other countries, that would mean that there's likely some sort of cultural thing that's happening. Not an
so if I
inherent
take a
difference
chessboard and I
between men
drop
and
it off,
women.
if I take a chessboard and I drop it off to an untouched village, yeah, I'm sure the men and the women are going to play at a similar rate. But at a country that has a chess club and has a chess program and has chess tournaments and a FIDE rating and all the stuff that keeps track of people's skills, so I can't lie and tell you I'm a 2-time state champion. You can literally look it up and see. Like I can't go, hey, I beat Magnus Carlsen. You can look it up and fact check me. I'm telling you, there is a 200-point gap between men and women. And in chess, anybody that plays chess knows that 200 points is a whole level. It's not, you're like next to them, you're in the same tournament. I'm not supposed to play somebody 200 points higher rated than me in a tournament because they feel if you give them your money for the tournament, you're wasting your money because you're not going to have fun, you're going to get stomped. And you're saying, but the women are equal. And it's like, no, they will lose 99% of the time.
I'll provide this because you were making the argument that if you go to some random village that they somehow that they would be equal, but as soon as it gets competitive, then it is no longer equal. That is not what is labeled in the studies. So this is the gender gap in competitive chess across countries commanding queens in command economies. Currently, the World Chess Federation lists 1,643 male grandmasters against only 37 females. While the greater attainment of men in competitive chess is well known, the lesser known fact is the gender gap in competitive chess varies strongly across countries. For instance, for every 100 male players with the attainment level of candidate master, there are only about 48, 47, 38, 4, 3, and 2 female players in Vietnam, Georgia, China, the United States, Japan, France, Sweden, and Denmark, respectively. Noting these large gender discrepancies, this paper constructs a cross-country panel to explore determinants of these gaps. Controlling for main economic development indicators and several measures of gender inequality, a legacy of command economy is found to be the most significant predictor of smaller gender gap in competitive chess across countries. Various explanations and their implications are discussed in this paper. So it's not just we just dropped a chessboard in some random village somewhere. These are also competitive level players. I'm just pointing out, right? There's this idea that it's like, men are just better at chess. And if you look at the numbers, it appears to be that way. But I think it is not because women are bad at chess. I think it is likely because of other factors to indicate. And I have nothing to realize that, therefore women are worse at chess.
Can I speak now? Are you good? Okay. Good. So the thing is, I mean this in the nicest way possible. Like, this is not an insult, but I have to use the word. I feel like the disconnect here for you and me on this call is that you're kind of ignorant to what this gap is on the chess thing. You're looking at the 1,400 or 1,300 grandmasters a male and 37 a female, and you're looking at that gap. I'm telling you, every chess player has a mathematical rating from 0 to 3,000, and the gap there is 200 points. So what happens is the only people playing for the world championship are called super GMs. We don't really have a title. It's kind of a made up title, but it's super GMs are 2,600 and above. Mm-hmm. Those are the people playing for the world championship. And actually almost all of them are 2,700 plus that are playing this year. Now, the women haven't passed like 26 something. So whenever you're like, they say there's grandmasters because they've reached that title. Yes. But how many super grandmasters? I believe there's only been one. Maybe 2. I think there's one in China that's on the rise right now. But to have 2 in history, and then the World Championship needs to have a tournament.
You don't think that it would be the fact that
level play?
You don't think that it's possible that the reason why you have less women showing up at grandmaster level is because of the overall lower participation rate?
The problem with that is that you can use that for anything. There's no way that's a weird argument because you can use that for basketball, for soccer.
Well,
like you can do it for anything.
Anywhere. So let's say, for example, that I have 90 blue runners and then 10 red runners, and then we, I don't know, did a race 100 times. And then what you would observe is that, you know, on all else equal, that 90% of races are won by blue runners. That would therefore mean that, well, since only 10% of red runners win, well, that's because they're worse. It doesn't make any sense.
That's what I'm saying. Once again, I gotta say, you're ignorant to the rating system of how we rank people in chess. To be called a grandmaster is just a title, a word that they throw on the numerical rating as a value. The actual numerical rating is the true number of who you are. I cannot say I am a grandmaster because I don't have the numerical rating to obtain grandmaster.
I think this is likely a disparity that is driven by sociocultural and historical factors. It's not because of an innate lack of ability. Yeah, I do. I believe that.
So you're telling me Judith Polgar only capped out. She didn't make it to 2800 because there was social and stuff like that. It wasn't that whenever she was over the chessboard, she lost.
But having a peak rating of 2735, that's nothing to cough at. That means that women can compete.
She's phenomenal.
It's saying that women can compete at the highest levels. They can.
No, that's not the highest level.
You know, but I'm saying if
that's
you have
the highest
very little
female level.
I mean, I'm saying that's effectively the highest levels. Like it really.
No,
is.
It's not. Once again, you don't know the numbers. That's what I'm telling
they
you.
Have to be
2,800
to be considered like.
Go. You can look at it right now. It's public information. You can use Wikipedia. Type in 2026 candidates. Type in 2026 candidates to chess, and it will come up with the 8 ratings of the players playing. She is not higher than any of them.
I understand that there's more men grand champions. That doesn't. I'm saying that it is likely because of lower participation rate that you observe that. Again, you're not really addressing my concern here.
I'm trying to figure out how to articulate this another way for you. It's just like, I don't know. It's like if we were trying to jump, a high jump, and all the men are able to jump 3 feet off the ground, and all the women are only able to get 2 feet off the ground. You're like, yeah, see, they're in the same bracket. They're both in the air. Like, and I'm just like, dude, they're not even close. Like, that's like 33% higher. Like, but this is way worse than that because you don't know because you haven't. I've actually played in the tournament. If you play somebody,
the observation here, and this is here this is from chess.com, where you can see a nice little chart here, where among middle-aged FIDE players, females seem to be about 25 to 50 rating points behind males on average. The main factor of improvement is
not
work.
True.
The main factor, dude, I'm literally pulling up the chart. This is right here.
I think I'm about 2 seconds behind. Hold on, I'm going to watch. I think I'm a few seconds
Well,
behind.
the main factor for extremely rare ratings is large population. If you want members whose rarity is 1 in 100,000, then you're going to want more than a few thousand members. Otherwise, your chances will be very low. So it's like you're looking at this gap of 50 or 25 to 50. And it's like, to me, I'm like, I have no indication that women are somehow worse than men at chess. I just have no indication.
If you go to Google and you type top 100 players, top 200 players, top 500 players, you're going to see that the top 100 are all men. And once you get to the top 200, there's like, I don't get. This is what I'm saying. This is the same kind of argument that you guys make for like the trans shit. It's just like you bring up a 0.1% of a group, and then you're like, see, they're just as good. And it's like, no, they're what's amazing is that the women acknowledge that they're not. But you're over here going, nope. This article says. Don't care about the chess community. Don't care what women say. Don't care about what men say. You don't care about all the experts.
The chess community, and I also pulled up the experts. They don't agree with you.
Oh, that is so. The experts. Oh my God. I don't know what graph you're looking at. Just look at that makes it look. There's not that many women that are at that level. I don't even know what the hell.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and link it in chat so you can see it. But it's right there.
Because that has amateurs in there. That's not masters. Look at the look at the top.
You could see
2,800, all red.
Okay.
Even on your chart.
So you're observing a 50-point difference, and then all of a sudden, okay, yeah, that means all the men are better?
It's a 200-point difference. It's a 200-point difference.
Well, if I had to guess, right?
And you can
once again, like if I have
you don't
a million,
have to guess. You're a fast
if I have 1 million men and 1,000 women compete, the chances are in your favor, you're going to get more men at the top. That's just how that would work, like statistically speaking. That doesn't mean, therefore, women worse at chess. I just don't agree with that.
I'm saying you could go get the best 100 women in of all time right now, dead or alive, put them in a tournament with Magnus Carlsen, and not a single one of them is going to win a game. But you're over here going, oh, they're just as good.
I think they are.
They're clearly not.
They are.
But I don't. But that's what I'm saying. Just if you, instead of looking at this graph, if you Google top players, it will give you their names, their country,
you're once
and
again
the rating.
not understanding. You're once again
But
not understanding at all.
I'm trying to show you the more than 50. I'm trying to show you it's more than 50. You keep on saying it's 50.
If you have a larger sale, oh my goodness. Listen, how about this, right? I give you a heads or I give you a coin to flip, but this coin is a magical coin. 99 out of 100 are heads. So it's like, what's the chances that you're going to hit heads? Well, it's 99 out of 100, right? Do you see the problem?
I see the problem with your logic. I didn't think I would have to go this deep on trying to figure out how to explain. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how far that you can go. It's like I have somebody that knows nothing about the game, and then they're sitting there lecturing me. A multi-time state chess champion. There's literally literature wrote about me.
I never claimed
and
to
you're
be
over here
the
like,
expert.
oh yeah. But
I never claimed to be the.
It's a crazy take. That's all I'm saying. It's not your worst take.
I get that people think it's a crazy take, but I'm saying that when you look at it from an empirical lens and realize that there exist biases, it's not because a woman is inherently bad at chess. It's because there's likely less representation of women. And it would not surprise me that there is largely a determinant regarding competition where just women in general are less interested in competition. That doesn't mean, therefore, they're worse at chess. That just means that they just don't likely practice as much, and so therefore wouldn't, be there.
So let's put it this way: what do you think it would take for you to agree that women are worse? Because women say it, men say it, all the experts say it.
That would prevent them from being able to perform at the highest levels of intellectual capacity. That would probably be the best. And so I just have zero indication of that. None.
But them saying it. If you have a boy and a girl and they're playing basketball and the girl says, I think I'm worse at basketball, you just go, yep, I don't think there's any indication she's going to be worse at basketball.
Hold on. Nobody is arguing whether or not men are physically stronger or better at physical games. Of course they're worse at that in general. That's true.
And at chess, the women will tell you. If you stream any of them, you could send them a $5 super chat and say, do you think you're just as good as men at chess? They will all say no. Like they actually have clips. I could probably, I don't know. That Nemo chick, she's 2,400. She's phenomenal. She openly admits it. She's like, I'm just hoping to get married.
Well, I'll tell you what, just for the sake of the chat, I would like to share something with everybody so they can see it for themselves.
Okay, that's that. What you got?
Give me one quick second.
Also, if the chat wants me to stop, this went longer than I thought, so I could shut up at any point.
Hold on.
Yeah, Botes will cry with Hikaru. Yeah, that's a good.
All right, so here we go. We've got Judith Polgar.
Yeah, they play them blindfolded.
Judith Polgar versus the world's best chess player here, Magnus Carlsen. It beat him in 19 moves using a Sicilian defense. So let's take a look here. You have to bear with me while it plays, so I appreciate your.
I've analyzed this game actually with the chess computer, so I know the game.
Yeah.
You too?
No, me.
Because I'm a chess player. The Sicilian is E4, C5. I can tell you the freaking
I
moves.
can't believe that.
But no, I
just
don't know
came to the
anything.
park.
I don't know anything.
Play against Magnus.
You ready? The pawn in front of the king. It's about to come up through spaces. Get ready. Everybody's seen this. We already talked about this.
As I do all the time.
Not everybody has seen this.
And I believe this.
Also following the candidate.
Well, the people before I got on here in chat, me and AWOL and maybe Gorilla were all talking about this exact match.
Sorry, I'm an old timer.
You're an old timer. I forget, is it going to show the time? I think it's a Blitz game. It's
He's smiling. He
park
thinks he's
game, so
going
it's
to
probably
beat
Blitz.
me, crush me.
Classic. This is really classic.
What a nice audience we have.
Yeah,
F3
she's very
first,
good.
just to make sure on E4 there's no problem. Castle.
And it helps with Blitz,
It's
too.
new fashion to go to parks to play chess.
Because Blitz makes it where anything can happen.
King already. But of course, this is all theory, which I don't remember anything anymore. No idea.
But I wouldn't know anything. I only got 23rd in the
I'm
nation.
going to make a move which I thought I will regret.
This was a thing even 7 years ago, no?
After Magnus played what he did, because after e5, knight g4 is possible, so I cannot capture it because my rook is hanging.
So just out of
I thought
curiosity,
for a second that
what
I'm
are you
going to
looking
be
for here? Just
losing
to see
very
that
fast.
I'm just
win?
playing the
Then
video.
I had my creativity and immediately I started to continue my attack, and I was really happy.
Do you understand
that
the bar
knight
on the
is
right?
the
You know what
side
that
of the
indicates?
board on h6.
Yeah, it's a really bad night.
So I thought I have at least some compensation.
I'm not being
I know
mean.
what
I'm
the
just
bar- I know what
something
the
you can
bar
actually.
means on that.
And I'm threatening to take on g7 with my rook. So this is why Magnus is hesitating. How is it possible that she's blundering a pawn and then
That's all. Maybe it is clear. Maybe I'm just worse.
bishop f8? I was really happy. What kind of move is this?
I don't
You have
remember
to
the
go
meta
back
in
to
these little
f8, become a castle.
commentary.
And then I was wondering, what to play, bishop e4. I think it was good. And now the bad move will come. And probably b4 is the best move to kick my knight away. He went rook c8. I was wondering for a few seconds, and then I realized that I have a winning move. I couldn't
He's one
believe
of the
it
only players that
myself.
does that.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! That was his
But it's also why
The
you go.
point. Okay, so the point that I'm trying to make, it's like we're talking about somebody where it's like it is effectively at the highest levels. This is at the highest levels where you have Judith Polgar sitting there with Magnus Carlsen, and Judith Polgar successfully beating Magnus Carlsen in just a random game. You know,
Okay.
and I just find that to be fabulous, right? And I think that the fact that that you just have general overall lower participation rate among women, it doesn't surprise me that at the top level you see it's exclusively men. That doesn't mean, therefore, that the men are therefore they have some inherent advantage over women. That's all I'm trying to argue.
The one thing I'll just point out, it's not that big of a deal, but whenever you say the highest level, what you're watching there, that's two of the highest level players playing each other, but that's not a tournament, for one, so it's also not serious. Two, it's blitz, so that's not taken seriously. The World Championship are long games.
Okay.
They play like 4 hours. So, because then you can actually think about your moves. Blitz is the fun thing where you just do off intuition.
Yeah.
So it is good that she's that good that she was able to win that game, but I'm telling you, in a normal match, a ranked match for serious,
Yeah.
she's not even.
I mean, again, I think if you have
I think she
well,
could
number
get a
one,
few draws.
there's a clear separation between men and women in chess, which is, to me, I'm just like, that's stupid. Why is that a thing? But I think the reason why they even did that is the fact that men tend to be very aggressive towards women, especially in tournaments, and so they had created that separation. I'm not even kidding. I'm serious. That's literally the justification.
That's what I'm saying. As
what
somebody
I read.
that's played against women in tournaments, you're telling me how my own emotions are. That's what's so funny about it. Is that, like,
I'm not saying that's you. This is not a
but
disparaging
I
remark
physically have
towards
been
you.
there.
I'm saying what happens, what would happen with in general regarding that. I'm not saying that's you.
And who is saying that? And who is saying that though?
There's
Where are
studies
they
that
getting
show
this data
There's
from?
scientific research.
The
on
studies
this.
of who? They would have
I mean,
to
I
study
brought up
me.
multiple studies. I mean, I'm just pointing it out.
I'm-
Yeah, they likely would have
I'm just
studied
telling
you.
you, I
They would have
flew-
analyzed you as well if you're at the top level.
I flew. My father paid to fly me all the way across the country to Florida, to Orlando, and I skipped out on going to Disney World, and I lost to a girl that couldn't even reach across the table because she was so small and so young. I was not at any point intimidated by her or played extra aggressive at her. She beat me.
No, I'm saying
Like,
it in general.
the
I'm not
chessboard
saying
is
that-
gender
that,
neutral.
Yes, I agree. It is gender neutral. It is.
But whenever you look at the stats, you could just see for some reason women will not and have not ever get to the top. It's just
well,
not.
and I feel like I've explained the reason, but I mean, I guess we just have to agree to disagree. I appreciate you calling in, Joepio.
Yeah. No, are you gonna?
Are you subscribed?
Let you get to somebody else. I talk way too much. No, I subscribed to you a long time ago. Whenever we debated over,
Joepio.
I forgot what, but yeah.
Well,
all right, you have a good night. I'm gonna go watch some Timcast.
Have a great day. Bye.
Bye.
What do you think, Daniel? You think?
I mean, he was kind of disparaging Blitz. I mean, does he not know there's like a World Blitz Championship?
He says he's a champion. So who am I to?
Yeah. Also, like being a champion at chess doesn't mean you know anything about conducting a statistical test. You know about like things in chess. So
I got another phone call. So let's see what we got. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, Mender, Bumpy.
Hi, Bumpy.
Good to hear from you.
What would you? Good, yeah. It's good to hear from you as well. What would you like to talk about?
I want to first say thank you. I heard you feature me on one of your I'm sorry to downplay like that, but one of
my shorts.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I really do.
Which one was it? I'm trying to remember.
It was back when that poor woman was killed by the ICE officer.
I'm trying to see which short it was. Let me see. What do you have a name for the short?
No, I'm sorry. I just saw it the next day and I was really excited.
Okay.
I was like, "Oh, cool! I made it."
Okay. Well, we do have a video saying caller argues that the USA is justified in stealing oil. You know what? Let me actually do a quick
about that, but I don't think I made a short on that unless I made an earlier appearance that I don't even know about.
I mean, I'm trying to think if it might have been you. Let me pull up the previous live and see under the edit. You said you're Bumpy, right?
Yes, sir.
No, the person that I was talking to is Justin. Guy named Justin. Okay. All right, Bumpy, what would you like to talk about?
I think I know why you and the last caller kept missing each other, and I actually think you're both right, and I have a scenario where you're both right.
Okay.
Well, I think that the other caller made a mistake in calling about a topic that he's very emotional about, and being so emotional about it made him incredulous that you couldn't agree with what he was telling you. I think that you were arguing in good faith. But I think you two were missing each other. And I'm sorry that I don't have any data to back up this claim, but this is something that I've heard and I believe very much in. But there is a scenario where men and women have the same average IQ, which I agree with you, and that men greatly outperform women in an intelligence-based task when it becomes a meritocracy. And that would be when the population of men skews either extremely high IQ and extremely low IQ, where the population of women skews very typical to the midline of expected IQs. And in that world, both would have the same average IQ, but men would greatly outperform women in both extreme intelligence and poor intelligence.
Sammy B is just subscribed. I appreciate you subscribing to my channel. Thank you very much. I see what you're saying. I've heard of this before, where it's like when it comes to men, they're either like they tend to be more extreme in the spectrum, where it's like of intelligence. Is that what you're referring to? That
you would both.
Sorry, you there?
No, I'm sorry. I'm cooking. I must have missed what you said. Please go again.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying that, okay, well, there's that men tend to be more on extreme ends of intelligence, where they can be super intelligent or very, very stupid, whereas women tend to be more general. I've heard of this claim in the past. I'm curious if it has changed at all.
I don't know anything. I was just calling in because I could hear you two missing each other. And I'm like, well, there's actually a world where you're both right. I mean, it would explain a lot to his defense. It would explain a lot that, to my knowledge, and I don't know a lot about chess, I'm going to be honest, but to my knowledge, there hasn't been a woman that has played for world champion as long as the modern era of world champions. Now, I'm sure you can pull up clips of women beating Magnus Carlsen or women beating Hikaru, but regardless, a fluke doesn't signify, you know, a standard as much as playing for the championship
fluke?
would.
I mean, the fact that
Well, I
it's
mean,
even possible, I guess, I find that very interesting.
And I don't refer to the word fluke as insulting in any way, but I'm just saying in a competition, anything can happen. Someone's best day can match up against someone's worst day, and you can get a result that is far deviating from the standard.
I mean, the fact that someone can have a worse day and then lose to someone on their best day means that the gap is smaller than you would think.
I guess that's a fair statement. You know, there's no bad day where I beat Usain Bolt at a sprint.
Exactly. Like Usain Bolt's just going to crush you, right? Like,
exactly. No
like,
matter what day.
I don't care if that dude's hungover. You're going to lose.
Yeah.
You know
so
what I mean?
I agree with you. It would show that there's some level of parity, but I don't think he's wrong. I think the data specific to chess showing that I don't think there's ever, again, I could be wrong, I don't think a woman has ever played as a world champion would.
Yeah. That
specific data should show there's something there. I'm not going to put a name on it or ascribe a reason to it, but there's got to be something there.
Well, I'll tell you what, there is what appears to be a few pages on differences of intelligence on men and women. And I would like to read it out. Do you have a moment to go over that?
Oh, but yeah, brother, I'm cooking sausage right now. I'm all for it. Go for it.
All right. So this is on page, let's see, 11. So I'm going to get it up on Chrome. So just give me 1 second. Right click, open with. I really just need to have it always open in Chrome. Give me a moment. We got to find page 11. All right, here we go. And you know what? There are, by the way, differences of intelligence, but it is not what people think it is. A lot of people, they're like, well, look how dumb women are. Look how smart men are. And it really is. The stuff that they find that actually has some somewhat significance is nothing anybody ever shows off about or thinks about. So here, I'll pull it up. And this is this is the Brain Gender book, by Melissa Hines. This is Sex Differences in Cognition, General Intelligence, and Specific Abilities. Perhaps the greatest amount of information is available on sex differences in cognitive abilities. Most standardized measures of general intelligence show negligible sex differences. However, some subtests comprise these measures to show small to moderate sex differences. For instance, for the Wechsler intelligence scales, there is a small to moderate sex difference in favoring females on digit symbol coding subtest. So apparently, if we observe here figure 1-2, it says 6 differences in mental rotations performance. Meta-analysis suggests 3-dimensional tasks show large sex differences and 2-dimensional tasks show smaller sex differences. In both tasks, the goal is to determine which of the figures of the right are rotated versions of a single sample figure on the left, same, as opposed to mirror images or rotated mirror images. In the example at the top, the first third figures are the same as the sample. In the example at the bottom, the second and fifth figures are the same as the sample. Sample item, top, redrawns from Peter et al., 1995. You'll note, like, could you imagine, right, where men, the way that they show their superiority to women and be like, check it out, I'm able to visually encapsulate 3-dimensional objects as they're being rotated in my head.
Hey, whatever gets you, I'm not going to judge.
But do you see my point? Like, no one shows off about this stuff.
I think if you were to walk down this path, I think you could find a scenario where if one sex was deemed, for regardless of the reason, but if there was a social structure where one sex was deemed hunter and one sex was deemed gatherer, that the hunter sex would have to exhibit some higher level of intelligence in order to be able to capture prey and be effective at what they do.
There is no study that argues that men are smarter than women. It just doesn't exist. But here, I'll go over the whole thing because there are differences.
I don't disagree with you. Please know I don't disagree with you. But it would be interesting to see a study that only focuses on the extremes.
Yeah.
And if
we'll go over it because I think it does talk about that. The best known cognitive sex differences may be those on measures of visual spatial abilities. Meta-analysis, which combine results of many studies to get stable estimates of effect sizes, suggests that sex differences in visual spatial abilities range from negligible to large, depending on the specific ability assessed. The largest sex difference favoring males is seen on measures of mental rotations, or the ability to rotate stimuli rapidly and accurately within the mind. Effect sizes for mental rotations performance range from small on 2-dimensional tasks to large on 3-dimensional tasks. Let's see.
I can envision that being valuable when throwing a spear at a moving object.
Maybe. I'm just saying, like, again, nobody shows off this way. And by the way, women tend to be better with language. So it's like, anyway, let's keep going. So the sex difference of mental rotations and the ability is present in childhood, but may increase with age. It is difficult to be certain because the same tasks typically cannot be used with both children and adults. A second type of visual spatial task is called spatial perception. This is exemplified by the rod and frame test, which requires accurate orientation of a vertical rod. Okay, so we have this here. Figure 1-3, sex differences in spatial perception, a water level task top and a judgment of line orientation task on the bottom. Meta-analysis suggests that spatial perception tasks generally show sex differences of moderate size, favoring males. On the water level task, the participant must draw the level of water in the tilted container. On the judgment of line orientation task, the participant must indicate which lines in the array at the bottom match the orientation of the 2 lines shown above. On the top of the example, the water level will be horizontal to the table on which the bottle perches. In the bottom sample, lines 6 and 12 are correct. Sample item on top courtesy of Lim Laban. Sample item at the bottom courtesy of Marcia Collier. The water level test, in which a horizontal line must be drawn or identified within a tilted bottle, and by the judgment of line orientation task, in which angles of a pair of lines must be matched to possibilities present in a semicircular array. Spatial perception tasks show sex differences across the lifespan. Again, sex differences appear larger in adults than in younger people, and in this case, although the same tests have been used of children and adults, their suitability for children has been questioned. They may be too difficult at younger ages, with low scores masking sex differences. A third category of visual spatial abilities has been called spatial visualization. Tasks measuring spatial visualization involve complicated multi-step manipulations of spatial information and have multiple solution strategies. This group of tasks is diverse and probably taps a number of separate abilities. It includes measures such as the embedded figures and hidden figures, which require identifying simple figures with complicated designs. The block design subset of the Wechsler scales and the spatial relation subtest of differential aptitude tests and surface development tests, which require imagining what unfolded shapes would look like when folded. Spatial visualization tasks show negligible sex differences. There's other areas as well, but I don't want to kind of overly bore you, but the point that I'm trying to make is that the things that where men are supposedly superior is likely not as prevalent. Though I have heard of this like extremity bit, and in which case I'd be glad to see if I can find that.
And when you say where men are proposed to be superior, what do you think that is? Like, where do you think most men they're superior?
Three-dimensional rotation of objects in your brain.
Which I agree with you. No one would ever, use that as a boast in and of itself. But it is pretty cool to say they call you kill shot, because in the tribe you never miss. So you would, by proxy, be using that.
Yeah.
And it may not exist. No one may have ever done a good study on the extremes of intelligence between the sexes. It may just be aggregate.
Well, I mean, let me see if I can find what you're talking about, because I think there is something regarding it. But let me look. Let me see here, because this may have been changed. Hang tight. I'm using once again. I'm using consensus.app. It's probably the only. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. And I knew it right here. So it says, yes, males do tend to be overrepresented at both low and, to a lesser extent, high IQ extremes than females, but effects are modest and depend on domain and sample. So the overall pattern is that large population studies and reviews generally support the greater male variability hypothesis. Male IQ distributions are slightly wider, leading to more males at both tails, despite very similar averages. In Scottish population surveys at age 11, males were more dispersed and increasingly overrepresented towards both very low and very high IQ of around 140. Male to female ratio was about 2.0 to 2.3 to 1. Modeling work attributes some excessive low IQ males linked to X-linked genetic conditions, with more modest male excess at high end. Childhood and domain-specific findings. In a greater than 10,000 British children, boys showed a greater variance from preschool onward. Earlier on, girls dominated high tail and the boys the low tail, but by age 10, boys had slightly higher mean, greater variance and overrepresentation in the high tail. International assessments show that many more low-performing boys, upper tail differences small, or favor girls. In math and science, males are more often the upper tail, but small and consistent effects, lower tail, often similar or slightly worse for boys. Meta-analysis of WISC data finds males more variable on some abilities, such as visual or crystallized, females more variable in processing speed. Tail patterns vary by subset, not uniformly favoring males. So here, under our conclusion, men are generally show slightly greater IQ variability, yielding more men at both very low and somewhat or very high scores, especially in math and science reasoning. The effects are real but modest, vary by ability domain, and do not imply meaningful differences in average general intelligence between sexes. There you go.
Well, it does sound, even in a not tiny sample, but smaller than wanted sample, there is evidence of that.
Yes.
So maybe there is something to it. Maybe men tend to.
I think that might be that could be an explanation that you have, or maybe the 3D rotation thing. It's such a weird thing to get harped up about.
Well, to think that someone sat and came up with that as a metric, but to each their
right. Anyway,
well, listen,
do you have anything else, Bumpy? I appreciate you calling.
No. I'm going to get to dinner. Congratulations on the 1,000 subs. I'm sure you've eclipsed that by now. But I'll keep listening in. If I get a chance, I'll call in later.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You too. Bye-bye. Daniel, how is your 3D rotation?
Pretty good. I'm pretty spatially aware, I should say.
Let me take a look here. I'm sorry. That's just funny to me because it's like nobody ever points out that as like oh, check out how intelligent, oh, we got another phone call. All right, here we go. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, Amender.
Is this Extremo?
Yeah, it's Extremo.
How you doing, Extremo?
I'm doing good, man. I got a question, bro. Do you think if Bo Bro reads 10 books, he can become a plumber? He says experience doesn't matter, that if you study enough, you could do anything.
What are the requirements to becoming a plumber?
Really, you need to know, the materials you're working with, how to solder. It's not technically complicated. I don't see why he can't read 10 books and become an expert.
I mean, I imagine, right? You probably start off by reading, right?
I mean, sure, yeah, you're 100% right. That's why I'm asking you the question. I'm genuinely asking you, do you think if he read 10 books on plumbing, do you think he would be able to become a plumber?
I think so. I mean, give it a shot.
I agree, bro. Do it, bro. Read 10 books on plumbing and become a plumber, bro. It's not difficult. You're just joining two pipes together, bro. It's not complicated. Make sure it's not an ink.
You'd be proud of me. My guest bathroom, it had like anytime that it would flush, it would make this noise, this loud whining noise, like ee, And I'm like, what the hell is that? The fucking thing was waking me up because my roommates were using the bathroom late at night. And I would hear the damn thing going off. And I'm like, dude, this thing is so annoying. And I was like thinking, man, I got to hire a plumber to go in and fix that crap. And then one day I was like, you know what? Forget it, dude. I'm just going to buy what I need in order to get it fixed. I had no idea what I was doing. I just like did some Google searching and then realized that it was likely what's called a fill valve. Fill valve. And here I'll
it's just the stem. You take the screw at the crown screw or the crown nut at the bottom.
So for those that are not aware, here's a fill valve. This is a fill valve. It's this kind of a pump looking thing. And it's got some like twisty bits that you can adjust. Anyway, so I bought a big sponge to get out all the water in the toilet bowl. I turned off the water. I turned off the water completely, and then I flushed, removing most of the water, and then I took this big yellow sponge and I pulled out.
Right?
Of course. And then I pulled it out, and then it was a matter of just simply unscrewing it from the bottom and from the main water pipe, or not a pipe, but hose. And I just pulled this thing out. And I put in the new one and I just followed the instructions. It was like, oh, have it, 3 inches below blah, blah, blah line.
Correct.
And, I had it all kind of put in and then I flushed it and it was so quiet. I was so happy.
Yeah, bro. Can you believe? Well, I don't know how long that process took. Possibly less than an hour. Can you believe people get paid $100 to replace that? And if you would have done it, I feel like if you do it right now, you could probably do it in 5 minutes. You know what I mean?
I think I don't know about 5 minutes. Maybe the problem is it takes time to kind of get the water out. But honestly, I mean, I had it done. I had the job done in about 20 minutes. I had it done.
Yeah, I have one of those shop vacuums, the wet dry vacuums that'll suck up water. In less than 10 seconds, that water will be empty out. But that's the thing that I'm saying, bro. It's like, it's real important for Bobro to understand that he really does suck and he doesn't need to. He could just read 10 books and become a plumber because in his position, experience is nothing. It's all about studying and reading.
Yeah.
And then like my position is that since he's wrong, obviously experience is the majority. It is everything, frankly, right? Like you do 1,000 things repetitive, or you repeat the process 1,000 times, and you'll get good at it. But it doesn't matter how much you read on something, if you've never done it before, it's going to be difficult. You know, it's not going to be simple. That being said, bro, like, women generally don't like to do that shit, bro, because it's very difficult. Like, doing something that is like labor intensive over and over again is really fucking soul draining. You know, if any one of your viewers or maybe you have ever worked with have you ever worked with drywall?
I have worked with drywall.
Dirty.
It's dusty.
It's heavy. Fucking messy.
Yeah. I mean, you know, and the amount that I've worked with drywall has been like, oh, I have to patch this particular area, and I would cut this small piece. It's not like I'm carrying this giant thing of drywall. Like,
right.
I don't like doing
so that's why,
repair. Okay, I don't like.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I just pay somebody to do it.
I mean, until robots can do it, bro, people are gonna have to do it. You know? So my thing is that, like,
there's also like there's like a level of like, I don't trust myself. I'm just like, listen, there's certain stuff regarding plumbing where I'm just like, there's a non-zero chance I cause a flood here, you know, and it's where I go, yeah, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. I'm gonna pay an expert to do it, and now it's their problem, you know, like it ends up being worth the $200-300 to bring somebody over.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree, bro. I mean, as a professional, you know, like I feel like there are certain things a novice can do, but then there are certain things that a homeowner should just pay a professional to do. But like, one of them is an overhead garage door. You should never fuck with your garage door.
Really?
You will die. Yeah, do not fuck with your garage door.
Okay, I wasn't planning on it.
At best, it get made.
There was one thing that reminds me. I had a guy, he came over to check my garage door, and he was just like telling me, he was like, oh, I could get you some springs for your garage door. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he was like, look how hard it is to lift your door. You know, and he was like pulling it up, and I'm like, you should be able to lift it with 2 fingers.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
aren't adjusted, baby.
why? And I thought about it, and I'm just like, why would I ever need that? He was like, I could get this installed for $500. And I was like, why? My garage door is fine. I didn't understand the need for it.
You do need to make that your overhead door is it needs to be maintained, bro. Like, you do need to adjust the spring tension. You do need to lubricate the wheels on the side of the door. You know, tighten.
Well, my garage door is working. I turn it on, it works. I turn it off, it works. It just goes up and down.
Yeah. Well,
like, maybe if there was doing something that wasn't intended, or, you know. Let's see here.
Yeah.
What 2118 says, to be fair, most millennial men haven't learned basic blue collar work. Hey, I'm doing it. I've done some. I'm not an expert. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm the handyman of the century, but I will give it the old college try prior to giving up.
Yeah, and you know what, bro? I that's all I'm asking about, bro. You know, and you're as gay as they come. If you could do it, bro, he can too. You know, he doesn't need to be rich. He just needs to make like $250 a week, bro. I don't think that's fucking Daniel makes $250 a week in Romania, bro. Like, if anybody can make it, it's him, bro. And mind you, obviously Daniel is a professional. You know,
Daniel's a chemist. You know, he probably makes more than me.
No, well, look, frankly, I've always said this about Daniel. I respect him as a person, bro. Like, I don't have an issue with Daniel. I just have an issue with the country and with his criticism.
Did you hear that, Did you hear that about what Extremo just said about you, Daniel? What do you think about that?
The feeling is not mutual.
One man to another, I have no problem with Daniel.
Okay. Yeah. It doesn't appear Daniel likes you.
Well, I don't. It means nothing to me if he likes me or not, bro. I'm just telling you my position on him, you know?
Yeah, I wouldn't take it to heart. I wouldn't take it to heart.
Nah. Come on, bro. I'm doing well, bro. I'm fine. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah,
I
you're
don't
doing
care
just
what
fine.
they think about.
Oh.
Yeah, but that being said, bro, like bro, like I get tired of the excuses, dude, because it's like, frankly, like I understand how it is to be in your early 20s, bummed out, and to suck at life. I think a lot of young men can resonate with that emotion. But and you can attest to this, right, Amanda? If you could go back to your 18-year-old self making excuses, you would just tell them to quit.
I
being a
didn't make
bitch and get to
excuses
work.
when I was 18. I was like, I'm going to work.
Maybe not you, but like, right? Like if you were making excuses at 18, you would tell yourself like, hey,
Yeah.
get to work, correct?
Well, I mean, I was like, I want motherfucking money. And so
Correct,
I just
right?
went
You
straight
left
to
the
work.
problem,
Whatever it was, I did work, you know, I just did
Correct.
it,
Correct.
you know, and
Just
everybody will get there. I mean, but I don't know. I mean, maybe Bobro wants to go into college and, you know, has funding to be able to do that. I mean,
do it.
you know, then do it if you have
Yeah.
that opportunity.
Yeah, no, the opportunity is there. He lives in America. There's plenty of opportunity. How much is a college? How much is a fucking community college in the United States, bro? It's like $3,000 a year.
Depends on the state.
It's
It can be
not that
really expensive or not expensive. It depends on the state.
Exactly, right? It just depends. And like, for a person that Bobro who really truly believes sincerely in his heart that he could just read books and be a professional at anything, all he needs to do is just go and then come out making money.
Yeah.
You know, there's just no excuses. Really, I called you about the women in the trades, though, bro. Like, there's not that many women in the trades, bro.
Well, that
It just
doesn't
isn't.
surprise me. I think, you know, I mean, people don't like getting dirty. They don't like physical labor. And I'm just going to be honest with you, man. Women have better options. When you have a better
But
option, people do the better option. You know,
Right, but I don't think women can, bro. It's not about options.
No, I think
Although
they
that is
can.
a strong-
I definitely think women
I-
can. 100%. I believe that.
Definitely don't think so, bro. If they could, they would. I don't think they can.
But think about it, man.
If it was-
Imagine,
the reason
Extremo.
I'm telling you-
Imagine that you
What's up?
are like,
Uh-huh.
you are pretty, and men fawn over you. An option becomes, I could just get married to somebody and just take care of the house. It's so much easier.
Damn, dude. They haven't why do women want rights, bro? Why, dude? Why not just stay at home?
Well, I wasn't
chill,
going
bro?
in that direction, Extremo.
Well,
I was just
I
saying
just
that there's
telling
that
you about
option,
bro.
whereas like that option isn't really available for most men. Most men don't have that
Maybe
option.
Women do need equality. But why would you? I'm a man. I don't want equality. I want women to work hard and for me to stay at home, bro. What?
Well, now you see why I don't respect him, Amanda.
Let me deeper in my heels, bro.
Well, okay, so keep in mind, right, that equality gives you the option to say, okay, do I either want to do I either what the hell? Fox News official. H 50. Here's to send this funny. That's so weird. What is that?
Don't click on that, bro. That's gonna get you all sorts of viruses.
Why did the Restream bot do that? Oh no, that's someone.
Dude.
That's someone on X. That's weird. Okay, yeah. Sorry, no. I thought that was my Restream bot. I was like, why would it do that? Sorry. Okay. Can you? What was I going at? Yeah. So here's the thing. Under equality, a woman could choose whether or not that they want to be a stay-at-home mother or if they want to work. It's up to them to decide that.
Yes, but it's like I feel like you're saying that people should have that decision, but you're ignoring the fact that like the grand majority, I mean, I don't know numbers, bro, but the grand majority would rather not work hard. You see what I'm saying?
Why? I think
So it's like
people,
saying,
listen. If you had the option, right?
You should have the freedom to stick your hand in fire, but it's like most people won't stick their hand
Well,
in fire, bro.
Extremo, let me ask you this. Let's say, for example, that you could push a button, and if you push this button, you're going to make $150,000 a year, inflation adjusted, so it's going to continue staying at that level. for the rest of your life, and you're just supposed to not work. Would you push that button?
Can you repeat it one more time?
You push a button.
I'm sorry.
And you're going to make $150,000 a year, inflation adjusted, meaning it would increase based on the yearly inflation. So it's just stagnant. It's $150K a year. And you can't work the rest of your life, but you just make $150K a year. Would you pull that button or push the button?
Oh, fuck yeah, bro.
Hell yeah, right? Yeah. Why would you want to work? Nobody wants to work. Like very few people, like legitimately, they're like, "Ooh, I need to." A lot of people, they're just like working because they need to work to live. But like in reality, I think most people would rather leisure all day.
Right, but
you know that includes men, by the way. Right? It's not really like a men-woman thing; it's a everybody thing.
You're right, but like I feel like modern, like the way humans have evolved and the natural patriarchy that has been created has given women the benefit of really not having to make that decision. Generally, men aim to make that decision for them, and I feel like that's a benefit to them. You know, it's like if it was the other way around, as a man, I would not complain, because if you're telling me, well, you're asking me that question right now, and I'm telling you, yes, I would take that option. You know what I mean? And I think that most people would, right? So I feel like women have it good.
Well, I tell you, you know, I've met many, I've met women that have been trapped in relationships, and it's not a good look.
Sure.
Probably one of the worst case scenarios that I recall was this. It was my friend's grandmother, where the grandfather had passed away, and all that was left was the grandmother. Well, so the grandfather, he basically made all the money. You know, he had a pretty decent house, and he did commodities trading. And it's actually kind of a shame, because he started off actually doing quite well for himself. He made a good amount of money. But as things went on, you know, he actually ended up losing more money than anything. And he put out a second mortgage on his house. And I mean, he was just up to his neck in debt. I mean, there really just was impossible for him to accrue any more debt. I mean, this guy just was completely, you know, effectively up a creek without a paddle. And then the guy died, and the woman, the wife, she didn't handle the bills. She didn't lift a finger. All she did was cooked and cleaned and took care of the kids, and she didn't understand anything. I mean, her finances, she had no idea. She didn't know how to pay bills. She couldn't do anything. And it was so sad to see, because she was confused. You know, why is she losing the house? Why am I in this nursing home? And it is so sad to see. It's like a person, a full-grown adult, you know, can be so helpless because of the inherent misogyny that has existed, you know, for a very long time, you know, for over a millennia, I would say. And I would rather women have the, I mean, if they would like to live that kind of life, listen, there's more power to you. I'm not against you for making that decision. I'm saying that if a woman wants to be self-sufficient, then who am I to say, oh no, get back into the kitchen? Do you see my problem?
No, yeah, and I 100% agree with you, bro. But this is like a common issue. I mean, you wouldn't know, right? But like, this is a common issue in a lot of relationships, bro. And like, I would assume first world countries, but like definitely here in America, bro. In that, like, there's two roads that a woman can take, right? They can be completely dependent on the man, or they can educate themselves enough for them to be able to maintain a household. I feel like a woman that knows how to maintain a household, if the man were to, like, you know, best case scenario, leave them with some sort of financial cushion, would be able to sustain themselves until retirement, bro. I don't think that is irrational. Like,
I mean, the person that I take financial advice from, Dave Ramsey, he recommends getting term life insurance if you're married and have dependents. And I, obviously I subscribe to that because if something were to happen to me, God forbid, my wife and kids will be millionaires.
Well, what if? Sorry, I interrupted.
But if she does, no, you're good. But the thing is that as a husband, I always try to impose the idea to my wife, like, hey, you need to do something. You need to go get a college degree. You need to know how to do this. You need to know how to do that, in case the worst case scenario comes to be, right? If you're not doing that as a husband, you're not really being a good husband, bro. But that's where that's the solution to your issue. We shouldn't have to reorganize human nature or restructure human nature to try to satisfy the issue of a woman not being able to maintain herself if she's in a married relationship. I think it's everybody's responsibility to be able to take care of themselves, including women. You agree on that?
Yeah, and then yes, and the other thing that I want to kind of think about is like, I think that there's like an opportunity cost here. I think that there's like a lot that is lost if women are just kept in the kitchen all the time and, that they just take care of the household. I think that there's a lot to be lost. There's numerous women inventors and discoverers that have, pioneered, the discovery of our age. I can think of just off the top of my head, and I decided to pull this up real quick. Mary Curie. Do you know about Mary Curie?
I've heard of the name, but I don't recall where.
She was a Polish and naturalized French physicist and chemist who conducted pioneering research on radioactivity. Right. She is the first woman to win a Nobel Prize and also the first person to win a Nobel Prize twice, and the only person to win a Nobel Prize in 2 different scientific fields. It appears here that, what did she discover? Let's take a look here. Early
Radium.
Years.
And X-ray. It's like that's why you have
Radium,
X-ray
right?
due to her.
No, that was said now.
Radium.
No, I already said it.
Yeah, radium.
I'm a chemist, though. I know her.
Yeah,
She's my
radium
hero.
and X-ray appear. So could you imagine, right, that there was Mary Curie, as brilliant as she is, that the men in her life said, hey, get back in the kitchen, make me a sandwich. Why are you going to school? Why not, just take care of some kids? And it's like, what are you going to, what would have been lost if that did happen? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. You convinced me of this. I kind of loosened my position on this after you explained to me the logic in removing women from the workforce would equal taking out a large percentage of the workforce. And I agree with that. And I'm not against women working. I feel like most women would rather not work. Certainly there are going to be women that do want to work. But considering that most women don't want to work, bro, difficult jobs, we shouldn't impose the idea that they have to, because that is you might say, you can make the argument, well, this whole idea of them not wanting to work hard laborers jobs is something that was created out of a patriarchy. But I know that that's not the case, bro. Just people just don't want to work hard, bro, and they were given the opportunity to not do it because, I mean...
So there is a fact... There is a fact of that it is patriarchal, working hard jobs, and it is negative towards men. It's an instance where feminism would say, men shouldn't be doing all of the hard jobs. Women and men equally should be doing the hard jobs.
Right. And then, so what we did is we made equality, right? Quote unquote equality, and women still didn't do the hard jobs. You see what I'm saying?
Well, because I think they have an option. Like, for example, they have an option to finding somebody that can pay their way through, and they play a more traditional role. I just
Yeah.
think that
Or
I
even
think
better,
that
throw your ass on the internet.
we should live in a society where people aren't, scraping the bottom in order to survive, requiring both men and women to work, but that more people have choices.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I generally agree with that. I mean, I'm a freedom as a principle type of dude, so I agree with you. It's just this is something that me and you are just never going to be able to agree upon, bro. I just feel like we have these naturalistic tendencies to because we're human beings, to do certain things based on our sex, and you don't believe that. You think that it's all like nature, At the end of the day, bro, like it really doesn't concern me that women aren't working in the trades, bro. And it seems to be concerning you. And it's just confusing me why it would be
I just think that I just think there's an opportunity cost there. Like I think women would benefit if they, operate at a higher skill positions such as the trades, such as colleges. And I know like right now, women are overrepresented in colleges. There's nothing to say that a woman can't be a plumber or can't be a bricklayer. It's totally possible.
They can't be a bricklayer. They could definitely be a plumber. Plumbing is not difficult. Maybe digging is, but you could hire a Mexican for that. Definitely not a bricklayer, though. You can't lay bricks if you're a woman. I don't think Brock Lesnar's daughter would want to lay bricks, bro. You ever laid a brick, bro?
Yeah.
Okay, imagine
it's heavy
doing
work.
that 15,000 times repetitively on top of scaffolding in 100-degree weather. Yeah, bro, it's not. Women aren't gonna do that, bro. Given the opportunity, given the opportunity afforded to them by the American Constitution and rights and everything, women have chosen to stay at home or show their butthole for money, bro.
Well, do you remember? Do you remember Rosie the Riveter?
Yes, I remember Rosie the Riveter.
Rosie the Riveter. She's great. We can do it. Is an American World War II wartime poster. And the reason why is that everybody was needed to help the wartime effort, including women. And so they had this idea, okay, we're going to promote, promoting feminism in a person's ability that, yes, you can do it. Honestly, it's fabulous. It's a great message. And it did increase the amount of women, showing up to do hard jobs. That's awesome. I think it's great.
Look, bro, I'll leave you with this because it seems like you have a guy that wants to join an official Plexi camp. Your bitch ass better call in right after I hang up, motherfucker, because he's talking some mad shit right now. But I'll leave you with this, bro. Have you ever riveted something?
No.
It's very easy, bro. Women should do the easy shit, bro. They have it easy. Women should stay at home, take care of the kids.
Well, you should see my grandmother's forearms. She's got these giant forearms, dude. I mean, this is some serious, like my forearms ain't no, dude. I guarantee you, she could probably arm wrestle me.
Yeah,
she's got these huge. I blame the gardening. She's sitting there grabbing these big giant pots and moving them around. She don't care.
Yeah,
she does it all day, right?
Yeah,
I just play video games all day.
Nah, bro. Nobody wants to date Brock Lesnar's fucking daughter, bro. Well, maybe somebody. Just most people don't, bro. Like women should be, fragile, beautiful things, bro. They're beautiful beings, dude. We don't. Why do you? It's just I don't know, bro. It's just
they don't have to be.
Your point of view, bro. I just never understand, dog. I'll never understand the purple-haired, like fucking. Even though I don't have a problem with hair in the armpits, I just don't get that feminist position, bro. I just don't get it at all. It's so self-defeating. Women should just let men do everything, and they should just enjoy the fruits of our loins, bro. It's great. But that being said,
if a woman wants to not do that and be self-sufficient, I'm all for it. I'm here for it.
Nah, you're being a sucker. But it's okay. That's your choice.
Good talking.
All right, bro. Salam alaikum, bro. God bless you and your family, bro.
Yeah, you too. Bye-bye. What do you think about women in the workforce, Daniel? I'm very pro women in the workforce.
Dude, same. I mean, it's like you just mentioned my greatest hero, like
Marie
in
Curie.
science, which
Yeah.
is Marie Curie. Her name is Marie Curie, by the way. She was
Oh.
like in France, so we need to say it properly.
I don't
Although it
frickin'
would
know,
probably
dude.
different because she's Polish, right? So
I'm American, dude.
so
I'm never gonna be able to say
her
that.
name was something like Maria something, right?
Yeah.
Technically.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, she was amazing. Imagine how this world would be without her. And by the
Yeah.
way, if you ever read about her life and look at the hurdles she had to overcome in order to actually get an education and become a scientist, if it wasn't for her husband, she wouldn't have gotten that, right? Because he gave her the authority to do it.
We got another call.
Yep.
You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey.
Can I get your name?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I get your name?
It's Elon.
Elon. All right, Elon, what would you like to talk about?
So first of all, I've never encountered your show before, so I don't know what the parameters are. Do we just sort of shoot the breeze, or do you want a serious question? I understand it's respectful and all that stuff, but give me some sense of how deep you want to go.
Well, this is a Debate a Woke Liberal. It's a call-in show. I like to, I guess it's probably a bit misleading for me to say debate. I think like debate kind of implies some inherent combat, I guess, to some extent. Like, right. I'm going to beat you in a debate is really common. I like having discussions with people. Sometimes people tell me something that I'm not aware of, in which case,
awesome.
I add it to my lexicon of knowledge.
So like a mutual exchange, and where people are just sort of genuinely curious, and I'm genuinely asking and you're genuinely responding.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. So here's a quick question. Give me a break. Quick question. Out of like the whole world of things that I've for the last 2 years, ever since the Hamas attack on the Israeli kibbutzim, it occurred to me like the differences in worldviews were so stark that I was actually shocked. In other words, like I see something and I'd be so convinced that it's one way, and then I would encounter the whole, the rest of the universe would seem to me at the time. I was surprised about how differently they see it. But it boils down to, in my mind, kind of like one situation where I just want to sort of pick your brain on it.
Okay.
Do you remember, I know this is like a sort of a hornet's nest of an issue, but if we could just take an objective view, 30,000 feet above, and let's look down, and let's look at the first sort of weeks and months, where you remember all the kidnapped posters that were being posted up and then that were being taken down. They weren't just being taken down in many instances; they were being like defaced. People were writing swastikas over them. They were scratching at them, cutting at them with knives. There was like sort of a pathology behind it, and that even to this point, years later, I wanted to ask like a liberal, a self-described woke liberal, and I appreciate your good humor about this sort of thing, but it genuinely, and this is a genuine question, where do you think that intensity comes from, especially mostly from like white kids who are woke liberal, where they're tearing at these photos of infants who are being kidnapped and strangled to death in Hamas tunnels? Where does that come from in your mind?
The internet.
What do you mean by that?
I think that there's like a very large right-wing echo chamber that resonates in the edginess towards extremist ideologies.
No, these are left-wing students doing this.
I
don't know what Hamas killed babies he's talking about. He's just talking bullshit.
You don't remember like on the cover of the New York Post, maybe this is before Israel actually responded. You remember after the attack on October 7th, it took Israel like something like 3 weeks.
What can I Google? Maybe I can look it up and then I can read about it, because I'm not sure what you're talking about.
You can just if you could just write woke students defacing kidnapped posters of Jews. And they weren't just tearing them down; they were just removing them. There was a fierceness behind it.
Let's take a look here.
Yeah, I'm going to ask. You can ask. I don't know if you respect it, but if you ask Grok or something.
Give me a quick moment, okay?
Oh, of course. I appreciate your time. This is a genuine question.
Okay, so this is Israeli hostage posters at Harvard vandalized with anti-Semitic messages. Israeli hostage posters that were hung up at Harvard University had been vandalized with anti-Semitic messages just as students returned from winter break. Harvard condemned the vandalization on Tuesday and said university police are investigating the incident. The university strongly condemns the senseless and horrific vandalization on Harvard's campus of posters displaying the faces of Israeli hostages, a university spokesperson told CNN in a statement. Footage shared with CNN by a Harvard student, Alexander Kistenbaum, shows a handful of hostage posters defaced with messages such as Israel did 9/11. A poster of a 4-year-old Israeli hostage was defaced while "Lies, Fake" was scrawled over another hostage poster. Photos and videos geolocated by CNN indicate that vandalized posters were hung just outside Holworthy Hall, a first-year student dorm located on the northern edge of Harvard Yard. Harvard spokesperson said...
Sorry to interrupt. We can go on. You're talking about one isolated Harvard incident. I'm talking about a widespread... There are the Harvard cases, there are the NYU cases, other kind of USC, Hunter College, GWU, viral clips. This is not an isolated situation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in favor of defacing posters of missing Israeli.
I'm not saying you
people.
are. I'm not saying you are. I'm not. I don't know. I don't know you. I'm wondering, as a woke, self-described woke liberal, how do you understand this?
I mean, if I had to guess, it probably has to do with what is going on between Israel and in Gaza. The war between that has been pretty bad, and I look at what Israel is. I believe that it is an ethno-state, and I think in order to have an ethno-state, it requires effectively the subjugation of everybody that is not of that ethnicity.
Okay,
as a result, I think people establish a level of vitriolic nature towards perceived victims.
White kids from Arkansas do that. White kids from
I think they feel strongly about the war of Israel and Gaza and the Palestinians
to the point where they're defacing photos of infants by scratching at them and tearing them down.
Yeah.
But you don't. But honestly and sincerely, you don't think there's something extra special about this? There's something else going on. It's just like they don't like our tax dollars being sent to foreign wars. You don't think
that too? I think that's also a factor. Yeah, I mean, I'm not in favor of the United States funding an ethno-state. I think ethno-states need to be dismantled.
I might not be either. But yeah. It would take a whole lot for me to go up to a photo of an infant and tear at it with a knife. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't think that's a little special?
Well, I didn't know it was leftists.
I don't know.
I
don't know what you're getting at. Why don't you make your point?
What I'm getting at?
I don't.
My point is that there's something a little bit demented about this that hasn't been explored. But like for example, I've heard this talking point about being an ethno-state. So if you look at it geographically and you look at the term colonialism, right? Any objective reading of history, we could look at that entire region from southern Europe to North Africa, all the way through the Middle East, all the way through to the eastern regions of Iran, all the way up north to Turkey. How did all of that become Islamic, i.e. colonialism, right? But that doesn't agitate or militate the left wing. The tiny state of Israel, where the indigenous people to that land are coming back to it, that takes up the lion's share of the mental real estate for the left wing.
Well, you're not going to be.
You could have 52 Muslim theocracies all over the Middle East with a handful of anomalies, right? Like the UAE, right? But for the most part, every single Islamist sort of Byzantine 7th century Sharia law enforcing death for apostasy, acid in the face to women who expose their hair, that does not agitate the left. What agitates the left? When Israel responds to a genocidal attempt by a 7th century murderous gang. Do you not see that? Like I'm saying that objectively. Like, do you understand?
I wouldn't look at Islamic people and refer to them as 7th century murder gangs.
People. That's you're putting words in my mouth. I said the regimes. I said the.
That's what I assume you meant.
Don't talk about people.
That's what I assumed you meant. I'm not here to be combative. I'm just talking with you.
That's what I said.
But so in terms of like I don't know, Islamic jihads or attempts to push people out of their country, I'm also not in favor of that, and I'm a woke lefty. So I can't speak for all woke lefties, but me as a woke lefty, I'm not in favor of any ethno-state, and so that would also include Islamic ethno-states and theocracies. I'm not in favor of those. I think in order to have them, it requires invariable suffering of numerous people, which ultimately means death and suffering that shouldn't happen.
Okay, very good. So then we agree on that. But then the question is, why the wildly disparate attention to Israel, especially in the context of its vigorous civil rights for LGBTs, for minorities, for everybody. 20% of the Israeli population is Arab. Yet this is the state that you lefties, with all your vitriol, why that bizarre stance?
Well, I mean, because of I would say it is because of the actions of Israel towards the Gazan people. I think that for a very long time. Hold on.
Actions of the Yemeni government, the Houthis, the Iranians.
Wait, I was just trying to talk to you.
Saudis.
I think that
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I think that if you're talking about the Palestinian people, there were some initial UN charters in order to give the Palestinian people effectively their own land, and so subsequent that Israel has been working to kick them out. And there's also the fact that during World War II, it was advertised the idea that Israel was a land without people, that for the that is there for the chosen people. And I think that that's the only way that was going to be sold, is that it was the aggression of the West to push against Palestinian people. And I think we need to look at what are the negative repercussions of that, and acknowledge that, this is wrong. We should not be upholding an ethno-state with a giant military industrial complex.
But when you talk about ethno-state, you want to marry that to Israel, but you don't mention ethno-state when you mention any of the 48 out of the 52 Islamic regimes across the world. And you continue to ignore my trying to sort of point your face into the direction where you don't want to look. It's kind of like how the Israelis try to.
Do you know what a whataboutism is?
I've been encountering it for the last 5 minutes, because I specifically addressed this question to you, and you completely said, "Well, what about Israel?"
No, okay. I'm not saying
my question to you was I'm coming from a place not where I'm trying to humiliate you or I'm genuinely asking, and you need to understand that I don't know you. I think you're a nice guy. You've given me an opportunity to talk with you, and this is really what I've been asking for, and I'm really trying. I hope you can tell them I'm respecting you, and I'm listening to you. But with all due respect, you're avoiding the question. I'm asking you
He
why
literally asked
the
you about Israel,
disparate
and now he's
treatment
complaining. Oh my
to
god.
to Israel and to the Jews, when the reality of the brutality, the backwardness, the crimes, the institutionalization, the weaponization of rape for political crimes, the torture, the murder, the oppression, it's so out of the league when compared to Israel. Yet you lefties totally ignore it, and all you say like a parrot: ethno-state, colonialism, ethno-state, colonialism. Why is that?
So I can't speak for other lefties. I can only speak for myself. And I said pretty plainly that I would be against any ethno-state, which would include theocracies designed for where Islamic people push out other religions for their state. I'm against that as well. You're not going to find me arguing in favor or saying that that's a good thing. Those are also bad things. But I'm saying that what you're performing here is effectively a tu quo qui, or a whataboutism, if you will. And a whataboutism is you're referring to a propaganda strategy of responding to an accusation with a counter accusation instead of offering an explanation or defense against the original accusation. It's an informal fallacy.
No, you're trying to reframe it as such. That's not what I'm doing at all. With all due respect,
you interrupted me.
I'm asking a very specific, well, because you keep on repeating the same falsity. I'm telling you right now. I'm not this. I'm being very straightforward with this. I'm not saying, well, what about this? What about that? What about this? I'm saying when you have on one side Israel, and however you want to describe it, and you have on the other side, my pointing out that there is another side is not whataboutism. You're wrong about that.
So again,
I'm comparing and contrasting. I'm saying on one side you have this, on the other side you have this. I'm saying when you put those two things together, the left focuses on Israel. Why doesn't it focus on the other part? I'm not saying what about this, what about that. You're wrong about that. I understand what whataboutism is, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm drawing a comparison. And I'm asking
all right, and I repeat again, I can't speak for all lefties, but both are bad.
But I'm asking you, again, why the disproportionate attention on Israel?
Why the disproportionate? Because that's what's in the news more. And the fact that we openly support Israel with our guns and military.
So it's the guns in the military and America's investment in Israel, which
yeah, I mean, if it's an out of sight, out of mind thing. If you don't have any news broadcast about something, then likely people are not going to be thinking about it as much. Like, for example, I know like Boko Haram is probably one of the worst Islamist organizations that are found out of, I think it's Niger. And it's like a situation like that. It's like, oh my goodness, those are absolutely terrible what Boko Haram is doing, but there's just very little emphasis on Boko Haram in the news. So most people don't even know what Boko Haram even is, despite the atrocities that they've committed. It's an out of sight, out of mind kind of thing.
So if you had, let's say you had like the billions of dollars of Qatari money going into TikTok to produce influencers to generate content, which people flip through and doom scroll all day and night, emphasizing the crimes of Islamists all over Africa, all over the Middle East, all over South Asia, then maybe people would care more about that part of the world. But because everything is focused on Israel, then people are hating the Israelis. Is that the idea?
I mean, I dislike what the Israelis are doing because they're trying to uphold an ethno-state and they are subjugating Palestinians to do it.
When you say ethno-state, quick question. When you say ethno-state, in 1948, did the UN charter a state for Israel or did it not?
It did.
Okay. So so the Jewish people were granted by the United Nations by decree, by international law, land in Israel, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so is that land stolen?
I'm against that decree.
Oh, so okay, so you disagree with the United Nations decision in 1948 to grant
an ethno-state,
the Jewish
yes.
people land. So okay,
Correct.
so you don't like that international law.
No, I don't like the idea where you have a nation state to establish a dominant national identity, a culture, political system, religion, ethnic tie. I don't like the idea of prioritizing a single ethnicity or religious group and limiting full rights or membership to that group and having a country that's based around that. I think in order to have that, you have to commit a lot of death and suffering to make that a reality. And I just think that enables human suffering. It makes things worse for people.
Right. So it makes things worse. So on the heels of the Holocaust, do you believe that 6 million Jews were systematically murdered in Germany or in Europe?
Yes.
Or do you deny that?
Why would I deny that? No, that's.
Well, I have to ask these days. All right. So you do.
Do you believe that it was 6 million?
Yeah, I think there was more.
Okay.
And by the way, with regard to the passion that I hear in your voice, a lot of lefties' voice about quote unquote ethno states, I don't hear a lot of compassion. For example, my family, my parents were driven out of Iraq in the late 40s by systematic pogroms that are targeting indiscriminately towards Jews. Right? They were just grabbing Jewish people and stringing them up on light posts. Now, if you were to go in 1948, when Israel was a nascent state, granted by the United Nations, however you feel about it, it was granted by the United Nations as a statehood, correct?
Yeah, it was.
I understand your feelings about quote unquote ethno states.
Yeah.
But let's put that to the side for the moment. The reality was it was granted by international law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So
it's largely the West against Palestinians' wishes.
When you say Palestinians in 1948, who are you referring to?
The settlers that were there in Israel.
And you realize that in 1948, when you refer to quote unquote Palestinians, you're referring to Jews who were there for throughout antiquity as well, right?
I mean, there were a mix of Jews as well as Palestinians.
So, but they were Palestinian. They weren't just Arabs.
I'm just saying, like that, it was already settled by Palestinians. We can't just get up and
do not agree
and kick them out.
Do you agree or do not agree? I'm asking you a question. It's very direct and enough with the what. Do you agree or do not agree? In 1948, when you're referring to the quote unquote Palestinians, you weren't just referring to Arabs. You were referring to Jews.
I was referring to Arabs.
Druze, D-R-U-Z-E. I know you were conveniently, but you're not mentioning the reality that there were a mix of people there, right? A mix of different.
Fair enough. There's a mix of people there, and then they kicked out Palestinians.
Good.
To establish their ethno state.
Wait. When you say Palestinians, you mean Arabs?
Yeah.
So in this for the purposes of this conversation, even though the reality is, quote unquote, Palestinians refer to Arabs, yes, Jews, yes, Druze, D-R-U-Z, yes, and a bunch of other different people that were all there. But for the purposes of this conversation, conveniently for the woke left, all of a sudden, all that history gets erased, like Trotsky and the Stalinist photograph, and only now it only refers to Arabs for you. But when in 1948, when by mandate by the United Nations, the state of Israel was created, within one day, 5 or 6 different Arab nations that outgunned and outmanned something like 10 to 1 the nascent Israeli state, who, by the way, did not receive American guns or American money. They were using Czechoslovakian weapons that were basically the scraps that the Czechoslovakians obtained by defeating Nazi soldiers. So you had Jewish soldiers using weapons with Nazi swastikas on them, fighting Arabs within 1 week of its declaration of its statehood by 5 different nations. And the Israelis pushed in the shit of all of the Arab countries around them that attacked them. And at that point, it did obtain more territory. But for you, because you don't like what the United Nations did in 1948, you feel you just have you have a bee in your bonnet about that decision by the United Nations. So you feel like it should be reversed. The Jews of Israel should have their state taken away. Is that right?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay. So in 1948, well, I'm talking about my literal parents. My mom was maybe 3 or 2, and my dad was maybe 8 or 9. His parents and all of his family, who've lived in Baghdad, certain parts of Baghdad, for hundreds of years, were all of a sudden receiving treatment a lot worse, I can tell you right now, than what agitates your average woke leftist. Okay, these people were getting thrown in prison, raped, used as political torture, being strung up, and all kinds of brutality. You're saying to me, if you had power back in 1948, you would say, yeah, you know what? All this stuff is happening to you by the Ba'ath Party in Iraq, in Yemen, in Iraq, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Morocco, in Algeria. But you know what? Fuck you people. I don't believe in an ethno state. That's your position?
No, I just think that you had that
is your position, right? That's the left
position. I said no. I said no. And so I'm going to explain myself. Prior to 1948, and this is just from the UN Charter here, from the UnitedNations.org. You can take a look at it. The population of Palestine was mostly Semitic Arab, with both Muslim and Christian. There were also small numbers of Semitic Jews. Both the Arabs and the Ottoman Turks, according to the Jews, to the right to continue to worship and keep alive the Jewish spiritual link with Palestine. During the 19th century, the Ottomans authorized small settlements of Jewish immigrants from European countries.
Can you tell me what you're reading from?
Oh, this is UnitedNations.org.
Okay.
During the 19th century, the Ottomans authorized small settlements of Jewish immigrants from European countries where anti-Jewish discrimination was increasing. At the time of British occupation in 1917, Jews formed less than a tenth of the population of Palestine. 9/10 were Arab, both Muslim 80% and Christian 10%. The traditions, customs, and language of Arab Palestinians constituted the predominant culture of Palestine. So my concern is that during the Treaty of 1948, this was done so against Palestinian wishes, because they were the ones that were settled there. And it was the power of the West to enable in the creation of the ethno-state that is Israel. And now, now you have Palestinians that are effectively second-class citizens that are making the world a worse place for those people simply because that they are not Jewish. And in my opinion, I feel that Israel has a right to exist. I'm not against Israel. Hold on, I'm trying to tell you. I let you talk. Now you let me talk. So my premise is, I believe that Israel has a right to exist. I just don't believe that they can do so on behest of the discrimination towards Palestinians. For example, I know the Israeli Land Authority specifically prevents Palestinian people from owning land, and they're expressly discriminatory
Where?
towards Palestinian people.
Where?
The Israeli
land
Land
where?
Authority. I just told you where.
Wait, no. You said the Israeli Land Authority.
They are
prevents-
expressly discriminatory towards Palestinians from owning land. They are.
Wait. Well, you mean Palestinians in the Gaza Strip or on the so-called West Bank, or are you talking about Arab self-described Palestinians within Israel who are Israeli citizens?
I'm referring to the Israeli Land
What-
Authority discriminating against Palestinians being able to own land.
Which Palestinians are you talking about? The Palestinians in Gaza underneath the authority of Hamas?
Basically, if you're not
Or the
Jewish,
Pal-
the
or
Israeli
the-
Land Authority will be openly discriminatory towards you from
Wrong.
owning land. That's true.
False.
That's true.
Wrong. Blatantly a lie. The 20% of the Israeli population of the Israeli citizenry is Arab, Muslim. And they have every right, like any other Israeli, to purchase land anywhere they want in Israel. So what are you talking about?
Okay. I'm going to pull up the Human Rights Watch Israel discriminatory land policies hem in Palestinians. The Israeli government's
Which
policy for
Palestinians?
boxing in Palestinian communities extend beyond the West Bank and Gaza to Palestinian towns and villages inside Israel, Human Rights Watch said today. The policy discriminates against Palestinian
Human
citizens
Rights
of Israel and in favor of Jewish citizens, sharply restricting Palestinians' access to land for housing to accommodate natural population growth. Decades of land confiscations and discriminatory planning policies have confined many Palestinian citizens to densely populated towns and villages that have little room to expand. Meanwhile, the Israeli government nurtures the growth and expansion of neighboring predominantly Jewish communities, mainly built on the ruins of Palestinian villages destroyed in 1948. Many small Jewish towns also have admissions committees that effectively bar Palestinians from living there. So you're telling me that the Human Rights Watch is wrong?
Well, first of all, I would be absolutely not shocked for "quote unquote" Human Rights Watch. These are the same clowns that are wildly biased against Jews and biased against Israelis, and you know that to be a fact, even though you don't disclose it right now.
I don't.
Yeah, well, you should. All right, but you're saying what I just heard was that the Israeli housing authorities restrict Arab Muslim Israeli citizens from purchasing land within Israel. Is that your statement?
Well, you saying that the Human Rights Watch is not is intensely against Jewish people is telling me that you have a problem with your epistemology. You don't have a failure condition, because the Human Rights Watch is you got to let me finish talking. We can't have a conversation if you just talk over me every sentence I make. The Human Rights Watch. No, I'm not. I did not bulldoze anything. I'm pointing out that you don't have a failure. You don't have a failure condition here. So the Human Rights Watch is a leading independent international organization that investigates and reports on human rights abuses globally. Right? It works fastidiously to expose facts, to pressure those who are in power, governments, armed groups, businesses, and advocates for the justice and dignity for all people, funded by private donations to maintain independence. The Human Rights Watch has been fervent in assisting Jewish people because there is legitimate discrimination of Jewish people, and the Human Rights Watch is very open in their discussion of this. But they're not going to sit there just because that there's Jewish people, that therefore, that Jewish people are also not capable of doing the same thing to people that are not Jewish. In the case of Israel and Palestine discussion, it is, in fact, a common issue among the Human Rights Watch. And you saying that the Human Rights Watch is just a bunch of clowns, the Human Rights Watch defend you. They defend Jewish people.
Okay. All right. Is it my turn yet? Human Rights Watch founder Robert Bernstein publicly stated in 2009 that the organization had, quote, lost. That's what I said. Bernstein.
So he's Jewish.
The founder.
The founder of Human Rights Watch is Jewish.
What's your point?
I mean, how are you against your own self-interests?
Who are biased against Israel?
I'm just saying, why would you be against your own self-interests?
No, I'm just saying, and please, if you're going to give me a platform, then you need to be fair to me. You're trying to bring up this sort of Jewish thing. I was nowhere near that. You brought us to this garbage place in the conversation. Let's move on. I'm not talking about Jewish. I'm talking about anti-Israel bias. So moving right along, Human Rights Watch founder Robert Bernstein publicly stated in 2009 the organization had, quote, lost critical perspective, end quote, by focusing excessively on Israel while ignoring closed regimes. More recently, in 2023, outgoing senior editor Danielle Haas, I don't know, maybe you can Google whether or not she's Jewish, accused Human Rights Watch of, quote, shattering professionalism, end quote, in its response to the October 7, 2023 Hamas attack, claiming politicized coverage by framing Israel's actions with terms like, quote, apartheid, end quote, and occupation, quote unquote, before fully addressing the massacres. Another whistleblower in 2023 highlighted Human Rights Watch's failure to outright condemn Hamas atrocities and noted that Israelis distrust the organization so much they refuse to share evidence with it. They are clowns.
Okay.
But
I mean, I don't find that to be. I mean, I don't find that to be. I don't find that to be. Hold on, man. I don't find that to be convincing, and obviously, I don't think I'm going to be able to convince you otherwise. Yeah, it's a situation like this where I have to ask myself. We just have to agree to disagree.
No, what you're doing right now is called whataboutism. I asked you a very specific question, and you brought it all around the park to try to catch me on something. You failed, and now you're saying, you know what? No, I don't want to have this conversation anymore.
Yep.
All the while avoiding answering the question.
I mean, you can frame it that way. I don't believe that it was that way. I tried to address you in as calmly and as politely as I possibly could.
What? And I'm being extremely polite. But leftists have an irrational hatred and irrationally focus on Israel, and it's demented.
Okay.
And it's clear.
I don't feel that I do.
have a problem. I know you don't. But what I'm trying to do is, as a humanitarian, a genuine one, I'm trying to bring you to the place of mental health. Mm-hmm. Because I
understand
in your views.
I understand what you're saying.
You're so demented in your views.
I don't agree. I don't agree with your position. I trust the Human Rights Watch, and we just have to agree to disagree here. We disagree on sources.
Okay, very good.
You have a great day. Are you subscribed?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Well, you have a great day.
Take care. You too. Bye-bye.
That was Elon. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I feel like I need a palate cleanser or something. I'd be glad to go over the discussions. I hope you guys enjoyed that. You're on the line with First Amender.
Yo.
What was your name?
Jordan.
Jordan. What would you like to talk about, Jordan?
Epstein didn't kill himself.
Oh, okay. Oh, he hung up. No. Oh, come on. We're taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in? Do so. And if you're not subscribed, please do me a favor, subscribe. We've been growing. It's been getting better. We're getting better at this. And hold that thought. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, First Amender, Bumpy again.
What's up, Bumpy?
Man, that Elon was rough to listen to.
Ah, you did not like them.
No, I didn't. And I want to start off by saying that unlike, I would imagine, 99% of your audience, I actually don't have a problem with Israel. But It did not change how difficult that was to listen to.
Yeah.
You can't sit at the cool kids table and cry that you didn't also get voted prom queen. If you're going to be the force majeure, you've got to take the hate that comes with it. There's a reason everyone hated the Yankees in the 90s. There's a reason everyone hated the Patriots in the 2000s.
Yeah.
When you juxtapose the image of life in Israel with their direct neighbors' life in Gaza, regardless of the reason why people find themselves where they are in life, you're not going to win that. And you're never going to argue with me that I should like you. If you went into this and think, I'm going to argue my way into you liking me, that's never going to work.
Yeah. It's, I mean, it's hard to, I tried to empathize with the guy because I feel it, you know, there is legitimate anti-Semitism towards Jewish people. And that for sure is alarming that we should not, you know, have that. I'm against that. With that being said, though, that doesn't mean, okay, now we can discriminate against Palestinian people. And in my opinion, I think that the Palestinian community has been pushed away, or they have been, you know, treated not even as second-class citizens. They've been treated as not even people. And this is like just one example why I would want to get rid of ethno-states, because the only way that you can uphold an ethno-state is that you have to cause the invariable suffering of X group of people, whatever that group is. It's just not right. It's not the right thing to do.
I agree with you. Completely against anti-Semitism. But I almost feel like there's an air now amongst tiny communities that it's not so much that it's like, I don't mind if you hate me, but I don't like that you don't like me.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. It's such a bizarre thing to confront. Confront isn't even the right word, but to encounter. And it's just tough to swallow. You did bring up a good point, though, because I listened to the whole conversation and I heard you mention the ethno-state situation. Would you agree with people who are not perhaps verbose enough to word a complaint like this, but people that you could call Islamophobic having actually an issue with an ethno-state and fearing losing their country to an ethno-state, or do you not see that at all?
I'm trying to understand your question, because you're saying, can you rephrase your question? Because I didn't fully understand what you were saying.
Sure. So the labeling Israel an ethno-state, it's very hard to argue that that's not the point. But I think that there are people that perhaps cannot word arguments enough. And there are people, whether it be in Europe, whether it be here in the United States, that truly what they fear is an ethno-state. But the way that it comes across is being Islamophobic. Do you think that exists? Or do you think that labeling Muslim ruled
you mean you mean I guess Jewish phobic?
No, I mean like Deering, Michigan. I mean, you know, places that are becoming much more Muslim to the point where official documents are in Arabic and things like that, and the people.
Yeah, I mean, trust me, I dislike Sharia law, and there's tons of Islamic states that are, you know, openly antagonistic to people that are not Islamic. I hate them as well. I dislike them greatly. I don't like to see ethno-states in general. There's probably an argument to be made that there's not enough emphasis on ethno-states being created on behalf of Islam and the Jewish ethno-state. Probably, yeah, maybe. In fact, probably, certainly that's the case, at least in the West. Maybe less so on Al Jazeera or whatever.
Sure, of course. Do you think fearing an ethno-state is the same across? Well, you know what? I guess ethno-state wouldn't be the right word, because this is almost like a theic or a theism state.
Yeah.
Because it's not so much ethnic as much as it is theological. But do you think that all theologies deserve the same amount of fear of theological rule? Meaning, is it just as likely if you elect a random amount of Jewish people as if you elect a random amount of Roman Catholics and Muslim people as having a result that ends in a theological governance?
Yeah, I mean,
lends
I
itself
I
for.
abide by Lockean principles, which is to not have a formal declaration of a religion, and that your society remains secular, at least from a government perspective. People can decide to be religious if they so see fit. And I think that the best society is reached when a government doesn't recognize a particular religion, for exact problems such as this. Because once again, it gets into the point of arguing a theocracy or an ethnocracy, where you would look at generally a multi-ethnic society or a multi-religious society, and it requires the subjugation of whoever is not a member of that group. And in order to have that, I just think it requires a lot of suffering to do that. And I just don't think it's right. I think it's wrong.
I agree with you. How do you think you guard against it? In an open society, how do you think one can guard against that happening to an open society?
Hard to say. Checks and balances on power, hopefully, maintaining that. Education. You know what? That's the answer. Education. I think if people are well educated, ethno-states can't hold. Because what an ethno-state kind of argues is that it kind of lists you, puts you down into the basal tribalistic mentality. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes. I'm following you and I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, like for example, it's not natural that we can speak a language, right? Like if I, like at birth, never spoke to you, locked you in a closet and just fed you, you would likely be incapable of speaking the way that you and I are currently speaking, right?
Correct.
So it's not in and of itself natural to speak as eloquently as we do. We teach that. And I think when it comes to like tribalism, we teach out of that. And usually when people lack an education and all they have to derive off of is their tribalism, they lack life experience. It causes them to establish some tribalistic notion of wanting to subjugate a minority. And I think to fix that, they just need education. They just need life experience.
What do you think comes with life experiences that replaces that? I agree with you, but now I don't understand why it is so.
Ooh. One of the top things that I've noticed, and I've talked to lots of people they say they would claim that they used to be Nazis.
Okay.
One of the biggest things was a positive experience towards minorities, whether it be through music, through culture, through having a minority friend. Having that experience changes their perspective.
Interesting. So you think that in order for us versus them to thrive, you almost have to protect the us versus the them, because if you don't do that, they might see how much we are alike.
I'm not sure if I follow you there. Can you rephrase that?
Meaning, let's say there's an us versus them, which you can create out of any two people or souls in the world. It's almost more important not to isolate the us, but it becomes more important to isolate the them, because as long as the them exists in the abstract, you'll never see how similar they are to the us.
I think I see where you go. To me, it seems convoluted, not to be disrespectful to you.
No, that's fine.
I just think if you have life experience, a positive experience with a minority, it becomes difficult to look at them in the face and be like, you're not one of us. You are not of us. You know, it's difficult to do that. Most people go, they're not so bad.
Okay. We're basically on the same page with that one. If I could touch a topic we had already discussed, which was women in the trades and in the workforce. You mentioned the opportunity cost of not having women in trades. did you mean to the individual woman, or did you mean to the collective of the trades?
Yeah. So like all else equal, I want the idea that there's like more options that people can make. They're like, ooh, I want to do X, or I want to do Y, I want to do Z. A lot of the times there's barriers, things where they say, I can't do X, I can't do Y, I can't do Z because of some cultural reason. And to me, it's like, maybe the beneficial action is doing the thing they're blocked off of because of some cultural reason. I mean, you heard it.
Party. In this specific scenario, you mean beneficial for which party? For the individual feeling that they're blocked?
It could be societal. It could be individual. Like, let's say, for example, like just as a hypothetical, there is a woman that is just a dog shit phlebotomist. Just terrible. She keeps missing those veins
all over.
She's terrible, awful. But in reality, she is an amazing bricklayer. She just doesn't know it yet. She never, went through bricklaying. But if she went down the life path of being a bricklayer, she would have been the best mason anybody had ever seen. She would have actually used her bricklaying to make fabulous architecture that was way beyond what anybody had ever expected. Maybe now, that's possible, right? But somewhere when she was, I don't know, 18, 19 years old, she was like, I'm kind of interested in bricklaying. I want to lay a brick, but then mom or dad or friend or, male, friend or whatever says, what are you talking about? You're a woman. Why are you a brick? Don't know. You should be a nurse. Really common, that kind of thought process. And then they're like, yeah, you're probably right. I'll be a nurse. We never get to experience the fabulous bricklayer. And now we just got a shit phlebotomist. You know what I mean?
No, I totally get it. But what I find most interesting in that is it's hard to argue with the importance of Marie Curie for the overall species. And those black ladies that helped NASA get the space shuttle to the moon and countless other women. But in those specific fields, it greatly rewards innovation, which is what allowed them to rise to a level that they have recognition today. Whereas in the world of bricklayer, the reality is there is a world's greatest bricklayer. We have no idea who that person is,
right?
Because it's so monotonous. There is no benefit to being the world's greatest bricklayer as opposed to being the fifth greatest bricklayer. Yeah. But if the field allows for innovation, then the opportunity cost for society as a whole is much higher.
I mean, I see what you're saying. I'm just saying we should look at it at opportunity costs, and what we would do to enable the best possible outcome is let people decide on their own. And if there's like a societal barrier, why somebody doesn't get to do something, I would have to ask, why is that barrier there? That's all I'm trying to say.
And what about a field like firefighting, where you would potentially have to drag a very heavy body out of it?
Okay, fair enough. Hands up. I mean, is it possible for there to be a really strong female firefighter? But I think, you need to meet the physical requirements to be a good firefighter, and they could just check the woman to see if they can lift very heavy. And I'm sure, I guarantee you, there's a woman out there that could definitely lift more than me. Look at me. I'm a soy boy liberal.
No, absolutely. I was just curious if you thought
I'm as soy as they come. I guarantee you there's a woman out there in my neighborhood that probably would be a better firefighter than me.
What's funny is I know you're thinking about a specific person. We'll never know who it is.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know, man. I just feel like I would do terrible. Like, the guy that I would have to pick up would be like 300 pounds. And I'm like, there is zero chance. I can't do that.
But it's interesting. I didn't think that you'd be one for equal standards. I thought you might stray on that one, but I'm glad to hear that you don't. I think it's a very basic concept. You either can or can't do something that needs to be done.
Yeah.
Before I let you go, something I missed earlier. I feel terrible about it. I never mean to be rude. Daniel, hello, Daniel. I didn't know. I just heard
Daniel
the
went to
other caller.
bed.
Okay, well,
He's
give
in
my best to
Romania,
Daniel.
so it's really like it's like what is it? Like 3 o'clock in the morning right now. It's insane. It's insane that he even shows up to my shows.
It's the forgotten romance language, Romanian.
Yeah,
French.
sorry. It's 4:49 a.m. currently. That is wild.
Well,
and there he is.
night,
He's sitting there.
Well, all right, sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate
you calling. Thank you. You have a great day. That was Bumpy, everybody. I think I got time for one more call. Let's do one more call. One more call. You're on the line with First Amender. Ooh, we lost him. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey.
What's your name?
Hi, my name is Benjamin.
Benjamin.
Well, I just go by Ben.
All right, Ben. What you want to talk about?
I just feel like I just wanted to talk about, I guess, anti-Semitism getting out of hand in the government and in just other topics.
Okay. Tell me what you think.
What I just want to say is, look, I have a lot of Jewish people in my family. And I've noticed, like, a lot of things have, like, been happening that have kind of just, like, let it almost, like, be getting out of hand. Even though, like back then, like, a bunch of, like, liberals and stuff started, like, wooing the Jews and, like, bringing them into the party. And then now, it's almost like they're just throwing them aside and they're like, oh, we shouldn't support them because, like, blah, 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 blah. And it's crazy. When literally, back then, what people were doing is the exact same thing that would create real mass anti-Semitism today by labeling the unpopular New World Order government on the Jews and saying they're the ones doing it.
Yeah.
On everything, labeling Jew, 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 Jew.
Oh, wait, I just lost Ben. Ben, call back in. What is happening? He said, Jew, 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 and then all of a sudden, see, we call back in, Ben. We're going to try to keep going. You're on the line with First Amender.
Yo, what's goody, Amanda?
It's Chaos Wise. It's not even freaking Ben.
Also, AWOL wants to call in because apparently he's been trying to call you in for the last 2 hours.
All right, all right, hold on.
I want to give
deny,
it to AWOL.
Should I just get only, should I just get, try to just like single out AWOL? Because I recognize his area code.
Yeah, single out AWOL.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, call in AWOL. You're going to get your chance. Come on in. You be AWOL has been it since the beginning. He's been in it. He's been a supporter. We are going to extend. So call in AWOL. I'm not going to answer any phones other than his area code. So AWOL, call in. AWOL says, appreciate that. No problem, AWOL. You're on the line with First Amender. Is this AWOL?
What is up? First Amender.
How you doing, AWOL?
I'm good. Am I coming in clear?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for that perspective. I appreciate that.
So I've decided, and I said last stream, I said, I'm going to try to be nicer. Are you liking the, because I'm making an effort to do.
Well, I think that you're doing pretty good, honestly, but you can get heated if you need to, especially if it's the right subject.
I want to reach people. I do.
Well, that's the best way to do it. The longer you let people talk, the more you can let them walk themselves into the hole.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I have a couple of subjects, and I'll let you choose. We could talk about the Tim Walz speech. We could talk about your dangerous ideals on how to resist ICE. Or we could talk about your point of view about women that you were talking about earlier that was actually getting the chat kind of heated.
Okay, let's do the dangerous ideals on ice, because we didn't talk about that much.
Okay, cool beans. So the last time we talked, you said that you want to make things as hard as possible on ICE officers. Right?
I'll walk that back. Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. I'll accept that. But
Yeah, I'll walk
one of
that
the things
back.
we were discussing. Cool.
Because I can imagine that there may be an ICE officer that legitimately just wants to do well for the country. I mean, I don't agree with what ICE is doing right now, mind you. I'm just thinking, maybe there's a guy that there's a good guy and they don't really, mean to cause any trouble.
Well,
They just want to do what's best for the country, I guess. And I wouldn't wish ill will on a guy like that.
cool beans first. I actually respect that, man. You're coming around a little bit. That's good. But in general, you actually don't consider ICE officers the law, right?
They're the law, technically.
All right. What do they have the right to do in your point of view?
They could detain people.
Wow, you're backpedaling a lot of your points of view here. Like this wasn't the rah-rah you were giving me last week about this.
Well, because of, listen, I'm gonna, I do reading on the subject, and then I change my position when there's evidence of that position.
Okay, cool. Well, you said the debate isn't always about a win and whatnot, but I'm going to take that as a win, regardless.
Okay.
So, I have another question for you then. Are men and women equal?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Have you also said that women are more logical than men?
Yes.
Have you also said that women are more empathic than men?
Are more what?
Empathic.
Empathetic? Yes.
Okay. And tonight it was better at language.
Yes.
Okay. You also said that women are better at social skills.
Yes.
You also said that women are better bosses.
Yes.
All right. Under all of that, how are men and women equal in your mind?
Well, so like they're equal in terms of like rights. They're equal in terms of how we should treat people compared to men. These are all equal. Does that mean that there aren't differences between men and women? Of course there's differences between men and women. I just think they're equal.
Fair enough. Well, if the women have all these positive attributes, where's the positive attributes for the male?
Men are stronger.
We stronger? That's it?
Yeah, we're stronger. Men are stronger.
That's it?
In general,
is that the
men are
only thing you concede to the male? Just we're stronger?
Well, let me think about it. I'm sure there's something else. I got to think about it.
It's scary that you have to think about it.
I don't know if there's anything backing this. This is just personal anecdote. I think it is likely that men are better drivers.
Okay, fair enough. I thought that was obvious, but no, coming from you, that's actually pretty deep.
Let me before people start labeling me as a sexist, let me just pull up if there's any study on that.
No one's going to call you a sexist, please.
I had somebody call me a transphobe.
Well,
I was like, I'm the least transphobic person ever.
Well, I know now, according to Mary, what's her name? Mary Chu, you are a transphobe. That's just me throwing smoke out there.
I've started to realize, I think nobody is a bigger enemy towards trans people than other trans people. Because here's the thing. I think like all trans people, they have like, there's differences in how they became trans. and there's experiences that are specific to them that aren't specific to other trans people. And as a result, I think there's like a lot of disagreement that exists with trans people. I do.
I would agree with that. That actually
Yeah.
sounds like chaos.
Yeah.
I don't mean that as negative as it sounds, but that's probably why they have trouble having a unified front, because no one agrees.
So it turns out, studies suggest that men generally engage in more risky and rule-breaking driving and have more crashes as a result, while women tend to drive more cautiously, but it may experience more crash-related injuries in some situations. Okay, so it's not a definitive, like, men are better, women are better. It's like better or worse in different ways.
If you say so. But you know what? I hate your studies, so I'll just say that the reason why the men had more crashes
Studies
is
are
because they
good.
were swerving
You want
around
to do
women.
studies. Studies are good.
They were swerving around women who were driving too slow. Or she was switching lanes without hitting a turn signal and threw him off the road. Now, I'm being misogynistic, I know it, but it was funny. I don't care.
All right. Wouldn't you like
So
to
first,
be...
I would like to contest.
Hold
Oh,
on.
go
So,
ahead.
AWOL, wouldn't you like to be right more often?
That would be difficult for me.
You're always right.
Nah, I'm right a lot, though. I could
I'm
try to
saying
be
that you could be even more right than you are now. I'm not saying you're always wrong. I'm saying, hey, you're right a lot and you could be even more right.
I don't refute all of the studies. The only thing is, okay, I do take personal experience more to heart, obviously.
Yeah.
But sometimes I feel like every study has to be backed by someone. They have to have interior motives. It doesn't matter what it's about. So there's always that little shadow over it.
Mm-hmm.
But wait, I had to ask you this. I'd like to push back on the claim that women are more logical than men.
Okay.
All right. Does society teach boys to control their emotions more than women?
Yes.
Okay. So wouldn't that support the claim that men are taught at a younger age to be more logical?
No.
Well, if boys are too emotional, aren't they violent? Don't you say that men have testosterone that we can't control and we're just extra violent?
Yeah, I mean, that's a factor. Women are more in tune with their emotions. And one thing to point out is emotional intelligence is a part of logic. A lot of people think that it's like either one or the other, but in reality is if you're losing one, then you're losing a large part of logical thinking. Take, for example, I'm
not saying it's Spock.
Yeah.
That you can't have emotions and logic, but
that's what I'm trying to say. It's like Spock, while being as intelligent as he was, he struggled in social situations. And there's a sense of logic that is to be made in social situations or, dealing, for example, with grief, for example. Could you imagine, right, if you were just like, well, actually the probability of XYZ when someone is grieving, it's like, what are you doing? Are you a robot?
Okay. All right. Let me approach this from a different direction. Are girls taught to express themselves emotionally more than men? More than boys?
Are girls what?
Are girls taught to express themselves emotionally more than boys?
Yes. Yes. To the detriment of boys, I'd say.
Why is it to the detriment of boys?
Because it causes them to bottle it up. And it causes men to act out in negative ways.
So if they're bottling it up, aren't they using their logic to do that?
Nope. Not logical to bottle it
Really,
up like
Ferg?
that. You got to let it out. You got to talk about it. I think it's better to talk about these things and try to unpack, trauma. I think it's important.
yes, eventually you should do that. But in day-to-day life, again, if we're violence machines, are we using our logic just to get through the regular day?
Yeah.
By suppressing emotions?
Well, here, I'll tell you what. Here's what I found. I said, are women more logical than men? Studies suggest that men and women show only small tasks. What?
I'm sorry, shots. Go ahead.
Yeah, studies suggest that men and women show only small and task-specific differences in logical and reasoning abilities, with some studies finding slightly higher scores for males on certain reasoning or mathematical tasks, and others finding better logical or critical thinking in females. So neither gender is generally more logical than the other.
Okay, so are you proving my point or disproving it?
Well, I don't think one is more logical than the other, I think.
Okay, well, we can just knock that off the list then. Well, you know what? You were very accepting tonight, man.
Okay. I'm glad you
So
like
let's
it.
move on to, did you see the Tim Walz speech?
I did not.
All right, you need to watch that then. You could pull it up.
I'm going to pull it up now? We're going to watch it now? How long
Yeah,
is it?
you might as well. You need to know what's going on in the country, right?
I do. Tim Walz speech. Five, yeah, okay, let's watch it. Here we go.
Cool beans. I'm going to go get something to drink because it's going to take a while for me to catch up to it on the screen.
Minnesotans, what's happening in Minnesota right now defies belief. News reports simply don't do justice to the level of chaos and disruption and trauma the federal government is raining down upon our communities. 2,000 to 3,000 armed agents of the federal government have been deployed to Minnesota. Armed, masked, undertrained ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live. They're pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers. And at grocery stores, at bus stops, even at our schools, they're breaking windows, dragging pregnant women down the street, just plain grabbing Minnesotans and shoving them into unmarked vans, kidnapping innocent people with no warning and no due process. Let's be very, very clear. This long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. Instead, it's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of Minnesota by our own federal government. Last week, that campaign claimed the life of Renee Nicole Good. We've all watched the video. We've all seen what happened.
Absolutely horrible.
And yet, instead of conducting an impartial investigation so we can hold accountable the officer responsible for Renee's death, the Trump administration is devoting the full power of the federal government to finding an excuse to attack the victim and her family. Just yesterday, 6 federal prosecutors, including the longtime career prosecutor leading the charge to investigate and eliminate fraud in our state's programs, quit their jobs rather than go along with this assault on the United States Constitution. But as bad as it's been, Donald Trump intends for it to get worse. This week, he went online to promise that, quote, the day of retribution and reckoning is coming. That's a direct threat against the people of this state
terrible.
who dared to vote against him 3 times and who continue to stand up for freedom with courage and empathy and profound grace. All across Minnesota, people are stepping up to help their neighbors who are being unjustly and unlawfully targeted. They're distributing care packages and walking kids to school and raising their voices in peaceful protest, even though doing so has made many of our fellow Minnesotans targets for violent retribution. Folks, I know it's scary, and I know it's absurd that we all have to be defending law and order, justice, and humanity while also caring for our families and trying to do our jobs. So tonight, let me say once again to Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, end this occupation. You've done enough. Let me say 4 critical things to the people of Minnesota. 4 things I want you to hear as you watch the news and look out for your neighbors. First, Donald Trump wants this chaos. He wants confusion. And yes, he wants more violence on our streets. We cannot give him what he wants. We must protest loudly, urgently, but also peacefully. Indeed, as hard as we will fight in the courts and at the ballot box, we cannot and will not let violence prevail. You're angry? I'm angry. Angry is not a strong enough word, but we must remain peaceful. Second, you are not powerless. You are not helpless, and you are certainly not alone. All across Minnesota, people are learning about opportunities, not just to resist, but to help people who are in danger. Thousands upon thousands of our fellow Minnesotans are going to be relying on mutual aid in the days and weeks to come, and they need our support. Tonight, I want to share another way you can help. Witness. Help us establish a record of exactly what's happening in our communities. You have an absolute right to peacefully film ICE agents as they conduct these activities. So carry your phone with you at all times. And if you see these ICE agents in your neighborhood, take out that phone and hit record. Help us create a database of the atrocities against Minnesotans, not just to establish a record for posterity, but to bank evidence for future prosecution. The third thing I want to say to you tonight is, we will not have to live like this forever. Accountability is coming at the voting booth and in court. We will reclaim our communities from Donald Trump. We will reestablish a sense of safety for our neighbors, and we will bring an end to this moment of chaos, confusion, and trauma. We will find a way to move forward, and we'll do it together. And we'll not be alone. Every day, we are working with business leaders, faith leaders, legal experts, and elected officials from across this country. They've all seen what Donald Trump is trying to do to our state, and they know their states could be next. And that brings me to the fourth thing I want to say tonight, Minnesota, how incredibly proud I am of the way that you've risen to meet this unbearable moment. But I'm not at all surprised, because this is who we are. Minnesotans believe in the rule of law, and Minnesotans believe in the dignity of all people. We're a place where there's room for everybody, no matter who you are, or who you love, or where you came from. A place where we feed our kids, we take care of our neighbors, and we look out for those in the shadows of life. We're an island of decency in a country being driven towards cruelty. We will remain an island of decency, of justice, of community, of peace. And tonight I come before you simply to ask, don't let anyone take that away from us. Thank you, protect each other, and may God bless the people of Minnesota.
Fabulous speech. I thought he did a really good job.
A country being driven towards cruelty. It's finished?
Yes.
All right, so you think you did a great job?
Yeah, I think he did amazing.
Okay.
It's well spoken.
What do you think the
What?
What do you think the repercussions of it are going to be?
What repercussions? I think that they should protest. People should. Do you think that people should be able to protest against what ICE is doing in Minnesota?
I think that they should be filming them. That's a wonderful idea.
Yeah.
I also think that the people who are more extreme are going to take that as a call to action.
I'm not. He said very specifically to do so peacefully, and I'm in agreement with him.
Wait. I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
He said to do so peacefully, and I'm in agreement with that.
Wait, are you talking about Donald Trump back with January?
No. This is Tim Walz speaking about.
No. I'm making a joke first. That's a joke because I'm saying it sounds the same.
Okay.
At the end of the day, he said, okay, film them, blah, blah, blah. But I think there's going to be people who are going to take that way past that.
Maybe I should take the time to listen to Donald Trump's speech on January 6th, because it was a lot less friendly than that. I promise you that.
Yeah,
that speech is over an hour long.
Wait, stop. Trump did tell people to do things, peacefully and take your asses home and all that eventually, right?
He said a lot of things. He did say that.
No,
but then also
you confirm that part.
But then also like that they're stealing the country from us, and that you should go up there and march.
Wait, stop. See, there's your empathy shield coming up again. Stick with the actual point for a second. During his speech, didn't he end with the whole safely, peacefully, all that blah blah blah? Did he throw that in his speech?
I don't know if that was in his speech, but I do know that later on he was pressured heavily by various politicians, both on the Republican side and on the Democrat side, to show up on television and tell them to go home. And he mentioned that phrase that you said. I don't know if he said it during his speech specifically. I'd have to look at it.
All right. So you don't think at any time during the speech he told people to protest peacefully?
I think I remember him saying peacefully. I think I remember that. I remember it saying it in his speech.
Why do we have to go through all that thing? The point is that
because all the
a lot
stuff
of violence occurred after that. A lot of violence occurred after that, and later on, when people made the defense that he said at the end, peacefully, people didn't buy that.
Wait.
I'm thinking the same thing was going to happen here.
Hold on, just out of curiosity. Were the January 6th rioters, were they violent?
Were they violent?
Yeah.
Some of them were, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, I think they were all nutburger crazy. I'm not going to defend that.
Hey, there's a lot of people that say that, they were peaceful, and it's like, I saw the footage. It wasn't peaceful. Not even a little bit. I think that there was over 100 police officers that were sent to the hospital as a result.
Okay, but back to the current day. I'm just saying that I think that the nutbags who are already out there are going to take that as a call to action, and then they're going to do things that are throw more flames on the fire. And to be honest, I think that Trump will pull the whole Insurrection Act thing because they want things to get more heated.
So the way that read to me with the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, I did not gather any semblance that he's calling people to action for violent protest.
He has nothing to lose, man. He's out of there, and he has the weight of the cases on him.
Okay,
He
I'm
can say
saying
whatever
that
he
I
wants to
listened to
say.
it. It doesn't sound like it's a call to action. I'm assuming what you mean by a call to action is a call to action violently. Maybe it's a call to action to peacefully protest, and I would be in agreement with that. I think what ICE is doing is wrong.
I would agree with the peaceful protest, but you have to admit there are a lot of people who don't know how to peacefully protest. Right now, you can look at anything on the internet. You can see people jumping up and down on ICE agents' cars while they're moving.
Okay.
You see people running up to get pepper sprayed, and those people aren't logical. You have to admit
It has
that.
a long, from what I'm aware of, usually leftist protests has an overwhelming damage to property, not people. Whereas right-wing protests have damage to people, not property. That's what I've observed.
That's what you observed, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's bullshit, but okay, fair enough. Oh, by the way, first, has Daniel been talking shit in the background?
Not every call. Probably.
Oh, I'm just worried about my call.
No, Daniel went to bed. It's like 4 a.m. for that guy. It's like almost 5 a.m. He's in bed. He's not listening to you.
Nah, he's hunting vampires or werewolves or whatever they have.
Because he's Romanian. That's racist.
All right, well, first, it's been a good call, man, but I got things to do. I
All right,
appreciate the
Awol.
talk.
I appreciate you calling.
Very
Thank
well.
you.
Mhm.
All right, guys. I'm going to call it here. I hope you all enjoyed this. I do this all the time. We definitely do it every Thursday, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. But we have lots of like totally unprompted days. Sorry, I have to deny the call. My apologies. I have to deny the call. I'm going to go in do not disturb mode. I got to hang up. I apologize. I do want to answer your calls. It's just I'm tired. All right. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you have not subscribed, please be subscribed. Please do me a favor. Hit that like button. That like button, that's free. That subscribe, that's free. That costs you nothing. If you want to do the paid version, you can become a member. I think I already have a video that's already out for members specific. If you want to become a member, I think it's like $1 a month. Costs you nothing. It really does nothing. If you want to do something like that. I have the video that's coming out was a caller that was arguing that the United States is justified in stealing oil. And I don't agree with that at all. And I push back against that. And we do this kind of stream all the time. Official Plexicam is saying same time tomorrow. No, likely not. I think actually I'm showing up on Modern Day Debate. Let me actually pull that up. Let me pull up my calendar. Hold on. I believe I'm showing up on Modern Day Debate. Let me get the music going while yeah. All right. Let me pull up my calendar here. Wait, is it there? No, I don't have Modern Day Debate. When is the Modern Day Debate one? I've got... I'm looking. Hold on. Where is it? I could have been... Swore that I had a Modern Day Debate thing. Let me look. I swear. I don't want to miss those because... Okay. It looks like... Friday... Yeah, Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, so tomorrow. Tomorrow I got a debate. 9 p.m. Eastern. So I'm going to be debating on Modern Day Debate, 9 p.m. Eastern. I would love it, love it, if you guys showed up on my channel, not Modern Day Debate. Modern Day Debate's got enough. They got enough people. And, you know, I think you're going to, you know, I'd appreciate it if you show me some support. Modern Day Debate. Let's see. The debate topic is whether Renee Good was murdered by ICE. To me, it's not any. It couldn't be clearer. I think you really got to be like pretending to say showing up on stream. Okay. And I'm also going to send an email saying, just to confirm, this is this Friday, right? Okay. Let's see here. All right, y'all. Have a great rest of your night.